Thank you very much, everybody, and a very warm welcome on this slightly chilly day here in Ålesund. I'd like to welcome you to this event. If you're here in person or if you're remote, then a big welcome to Ålesund. Ålesund is a small city in Norway, which is the gateway to the fjords. It is, if you can't see the background behind us, but we're sitting as the sun is coming up with the fjords behind us. This is a big reminder to all of us of the beautiful world we live in and the sustainability and how big a focus sustainability is and how fragile the world is. And I really hope that we can use this and be able to think a little bit about the future and how we can act fast. This is the last of these workshops through this program. And we need to make sure that as we work through this program, this isn't just the end of it, but it is a start of what goes forward and how we can take this work, this very valuable work we've been doing through this program, forward into decisions and into hopefully new standards created within the ITU. I have just returned a week or so ago from COP, and as we saw, there was a lot of conversations and a lot of things going on. We really do need to make sure that it isn't just conversations, but there is action. And I really do believe when we look at the fantastic people we have around the world, just within this work groups, we're bringing together such high level skills of people around the world, but we're also able to also connect into the technology. And I believe using this technology and using people together really will give us opportunities to speed up time and to help us to reach the SDG goals much, much faster. So with that, I'd like to thank you again very much for being with us today. And I will pass over to Paolo, who will also welcome you.
Okay, Chaesub, I think you are connected. Now I give the floor to you.
Hello, Paolo. Can you hear me? Yeah, I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Very good day, everyone. Yeah, I'm really happy to join this online. For a few words of welcome. Over there is also a little chilly. Here is getting some dark cloud, but it's just on my bed. The sunshine is a little now showing up. I hope this is a good signal for your discussion today. As you recognize, these ITU workshops bring together a diverse set of participants with the aim of ensuring that we approach our discussions from a wide variety of perspectives. So today we will discuss technology, business, and policy dimensions of environmental efficiency. This holistic approach is crucial to this conversation, I believe, to achieve a sustainable digital transformation. I want to highlight digital transformation is good, but should be sustainable. So we must all act in unison. So this workshop will offer expert insight on the findings of the ITU focus group working towards new ITU standards for environmental efficiency in the age of AI, blockchain, and digital twins, many digital technologies. I'm glad to highlight this group has not only addressed the technical aspects of environmental efficiency, it has developed tools to help companies prioritize environmental efficiency. And its work has also spoken to the needs of cities. Our focus groups are open to all interested parties, so they create a basis for new standards to be developed in our membership-driven study groups. But to everyone that has contributed to this focus group, I very much encourage you to follow your work into ITUT Study Group 5. We offer reduced membership fees for academia, startups, and SMEs, and companies of all sizes in developing countries. So taking advantage of this opportunity, you will join a unique global membership committee committed to ensuring that digital technologies benefit everyone everywhere. As you know, this ITU is the UN specialized agency for information and communication technologies. Our membership includes 193 member states and over 900 companies, universities, and international and regional organizations. International standardization is central to our value proposition. So we are unique. I mean, ITU is unique as the only technical standards body with a membership including governments. And also, we are also unique in the UN systems thanks to our private sector members. We are unique UN system having private sector members. New technologies are introducing new capabilities to protect our environment, and ITU is working to ensure global access to these capabilities. So our work is driven by your contributions and the consensus decisions. So our standardization process ensures that all participants' voices are heard, and I urge you to make your voice known through our platform. I'd like to thank my friends, Paolo, Gemma, and Nils Sauta, co-chairs of our focus group, for their leadership of this group, as well as their work arranging today's workshop. We have an excellent program ahead of us. I also thank all our speakers and the participants for your participation. We highly appreciate your support. And definitely, I'll do special thanks our host, Augmented City, Amazon Web Services, and Norwegian University of Science and Technology. We are most grateful for your hospitality and generosity, and equally appreciative of your support to ITU activities on environment and smarter cities and communities. I wish all the best of this workshop. Thank you very much. Floor back to you.
Very nice of you to join us today, so that was very kind. And with that, I think I'm going to pass directly over to Paolo for his welcoming remarks. Paolo.
Thank you, and thank you, Chaesub, for your nice word and for your opening remark. I am delighted to welcome you in Ålesund, if I pronounce correctly, in the beautiful country of Norway, at the heart of a world-famous fjord. Ålesund is known as the most beautiful fjord city in Norway, and we are very lucky to be here. For the people present, for the people that are online, we will send to you some picture to see what you are missing. Norway is a champion in terms of environmental issues and often seen as a leader of the climate change movement for its renewable energy, green technology, and sustainable resource handling. It makes sense for us to be here for this workshop. And as Joel said before, last 2 weeks ago in COP, also we met in COP, and we see a lot of discussion about area like this to be sustainable, what they need to do to maintain the nice environment and so on. It was very interesting to see the discussion during the COP weeks. This workshop is focused on technology, business and policy dimension of environmental efficiency. We have a full program ahead of us with 4 sessions coming up and a wonderful lineup of speakers from different horizons. We are truly honored by the presence of top technology and environmental experts, policymakers, industry representatives, and academics, a true multi-stakeholder platform for knowledge exchange in keeping with ITUT spirit. This workshop preceded the ITUT focus group meeting on environmental efficiency for AI and other emerging technology that will start here and online tomorrow until Friday. It will be the 6th meeting and final meeting of this focus group that I have the pleasure of chairing together with my colleague Nils Sauta from IBM and the University of California. Unfortunately, Neil cannot physically be present with us today, but he is online. The focus group has been established in 2019 for a short period of time to lay the foundation for a new ITUT standardization activity concerning the environmental climate change and circular economy. The group is set to officially conclude this month of December 2022. We work closely with our parent group at University Study Group 5 to identify the standardization needed to develop a sustainable approach to AI and other emerging technology. The goal of our workshop today is to highlight the main finding of the focus group and invite our esteemed guest speaker to share their knowledge on the topic of environmental efficiency. We also invite you, the public, to share with us your thoughts with us using the chat, intervene when you want. Today we will have 4 sessions that will be moderated by representatives of different entities. We will start each session with a visionary thought providing keynote address, and then a session with speakers who will be invited to share their view with us. We will first look at sustainable technology solutions for environmental efficiency in the age of AI and blockchain, and what will be necessary to do for progress on that. We will then dive into the connection between environmental efficiency and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, and look at how digital technology can accelerate progress to our global goal and related questions relevant to policy and business. In this afternoon, we look on how digital twin city can be used as visualization and visualization tool for smart sustainable city. What are the best practices in building them and their value to climate action? And for this, we thank a lot Ment City for to give us this opportunity to see really on this field. Our session will look final session on business model from green growth and others with practical approaches to environmental governance and business model, integrating environmental sustainability. The workshop will conclude on a welcome reception for all delegates, in which we make a virtual toast, I suppose, together visit on the Augmented City simulator, where we'll get the opportunity to see digital twin in practice. Without lose other time, I also hand over to our host, Joel, to deliver some welcome remark. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much, Paolo. Yes, we are very pleased, as I've already said, to have you here. And I think I'm going to pass directly over to some of our other speakers this morning who are going to give an introduction. First of all, I'm going to pass over to Kai, who is a visionary business leader in the area here. He is also in charge of this building and many other buildings here. And as well as having a focus on business, he's had a huge focus on sustainability, and I don't think you could meet a more energetic person if you tried. So with that, over to you, Kai.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very hard to sit because I'm running the whole day and meet people, and that's very important to do that. So if someone can put up my presentation, I will be very happy. But I can start to talk, but I need to stand up because then I got the right energy. So you are in this building where we have put together people and company, the academic, the public sector, and the business. And what's the most important part is that people are meeting people. So if the presentation is ready now, hopefully it's not. Huh? Yes, I have sent it 2 days ago.
Okay, just one moment that we are looking for the presentation. We have some little technical problem.
When we are waiting, I can tell you a story about the KPI. What have that done with me? Because when Ålesund was the first city using your standard to be analyzed, I really have to change my mindset. Because when Ålesund was having this score, I believe that we were among the best in the world globally into the water section. We have a very huge water support. We will never get running out of water. And I'm getting clean water in my pipeline at my home every day. I thought that we were among the best globally in water. We can also produce green electricity. And then we get this report from ITU into water. And within 6 sections, 4 of them were red, 1 orange, and lucky me, the green one was that we have clean water coming out at our pipeline at home. So you guys give us a score that we were among the poorest, the worst one globally, and I believe we were among the best one. Why? That makes me very curious, and it really changes in my mindset. Then I needed to ask the society, what have you done? Why are we have so not good score? Well, we didn't take care of our water. We have streets going and car going very close to the water supply, and we have nothing to discover if it was pollution in it. We took it as granted that we have clean water. And I never knew that we used so much energy to clean our clean water. And then the water are going out to the pipeline. And 44% of the water were getting out of the pipeline before it's coming to our home. And we knew it, but we did nothing about it. We didn't do it. And then we have clean water and gray water in the same pipeline. It's they are like 100 years old, and it could get mixed. And then we have pollution into the clean water. And then the water are coming back to my home. And what do I do when I'm brushing my teeth? I open the pipeline and the water is running for a long time. I don't use the water. And then we need to build huge pipeline, huge fabric to clean the water, but we didn't need to build so much fabric to do that. And we knew this, but we have never done something with it earlier. So after this report, I have only a little water on my tandbørste, toothbrush, and only use the water I need. What have this learned me? Well, I have a lot of company, and I have started to using with
Focus.
Yeah, the focus in all my businesses. So we have people running the digging machine. In the old times, they were going the whole day. Now, especially the young ladies, they are stopping the engine when it's not in use. But it was your report that made me change my mindset and use it into different kind of companies. So it's so important to do this. And it's low-hanging fruits. What if we can change globally, everybody running a machine that have pollution, stop it when you're not using it. It's huge impact globally. Oh, there we have my presentation. I'm going directly into that. So this center is a world-class competence center, and I have working with all the tenants that are here, how and why they should move here. So do I have a clicker? So this is a building where expertise meet and innovation are happening every day. And I used to say, you will never be the best globally if you're waiting until tomorrow, if you can do it today. Yeah. And we have a lot of company here. And my goal was, when we put up this building, we would like to be the world's most important meeting place within niches of ocean industries. And we are actually that today. Everything is possible if you believe it, and we are going for it. So what's really important here is that we are working through all kind of agencies and all kind of business. And the most important part is the children. If we would like to change the world globally, we need to start with the children. We have to work with technology and sustainabilities. And we do that in this building every day. I just run through it since we don't have so much time. We also have the Norwegian digital DigiCut in this building, where we help business working with digital twin in new ways. So I love this because it can learn so many people, children, business owner, and workers, new way of working just by changing their mindset. I could talk about business opportunity in this, for a day. Simulator centers, Joel will talk more about that, and we will like to build more. So my goal is now to build a new simulator that should be the world's most advanced simulator, together with Joel and his company. And I will also like to use it for digital twins of brain, of cities, of everything you can imagine. So I have asked the city to get the permission to build it. But I don't think I have time for more. So welcome to this building. If anyone would like to talk with me, just stop me and we have a chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kai, and as always, absolutely full of energy. Sorry about the presentation, but you did an amazing job anyway, so thank you very much. With that, we're going to pass over to another of our co-hosts here today. So NTNU University, which is the largest university here in Norway. And with that, we'll pass over to Annick.
Thank you very much, Joel. I also have a very brief presentation, but if it's not on the screen, I can just start. NTNU is the largest university in Norway, as said, and we are located in 3 cities. The main campus is in Trondheim, where we have the Norwegian University of Science and Technology with the main campus, and we have one campus here in Ålesund and one in Gjøvik. And if you can get up the presentation, I can just refer to that. Okay, we are located at campus Ålesund, which is the most industry integrated campus of the NTNU campuses. And here we have about 3,000 students with 300 employees. So it's the smallest campus in NTNU, but altogether we have about 42,000 students at NTNU. So, and the main profile here in Ålesund is we have 5 departments, and they are the Department of International Business and Marketing. We have one on ICT and Natural Science. We have one on Ocean Operation and Civil Engineering. And we have one on Biological Sciences in Ålesund, and then on Health Sciences. And we have 3 main focused areas, and that is the ocean. It's about international trade and international business, and also about health and health services. So we have, from this year, we have also medicine education here in Ålesund. So that is a great contribution to what we have already. But we are very much in ocean science and ocean projects related to the oceans. And we know that in Ålesund municipality, 2/3 of the surface is ocean. So ocean is, of course, very important area here. So the main profile is done in science and technology, but we have also a breadth of humanities, social sciences, medicine, health science, science and education, architecture, fine arts, and performing arts. So, so that was a small introduction about the NTNU in Ålesund, which is the smallest, but not the most important, because we have so much and so close collaboration with the industries in our region, but also national and international. So welcome to Ålesund and to NTNU Campus Ålesund.
Thank you very much, Annick. And as you heard, this is a tight connection with the universities, and we honestly believe that to make strong change, we need to have those tight connections with the academia, with the businesses, and with the governments or local governments and cities. And I believe here that we're showing good examples of how we can connect that, and it's something that we need to work more on and actually take out further out into the world. So it's something which is very important, and we're very lucky to have different people from different areas with us today. And we're also incredibly lucky to have Greg, who has flown over from America. So I've got no idea what time he thinks it is at the moment, but we hopefully the sun is coming up here, so we may be able to wake him up. So I'd like to pass over to Greg, who is another co-host representing Amazon here today. So please, the floor is yours, Greg. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joel. First, I'd like to welcome and echo all the sentiments of the of the welcoming panel today. I would love to welcome the physical people here as well as all of the virtual people here. It's great. I'm personally very happy to be physically present, enjoying meeting all the new people and the great hospitality that we have here at Augment City. Amazon Web Services is very proud to co-host this event. And I just wanted to highlight again, or maybe echo what previous speakers have said, that sustainability is a very important topic for stakeholders around the world. And that's often where it stops, is just a vague statement like that. And I think we're here to really clarify what that means. And I think what's really great about the program of work for ITU and the AI4EE focus group is that we're trying to establish best practices and standards that can clearly help people who are developing responsible AI products and solutions, and that can give them, in a sense, that the guidance that that allows them to make those trade-offs to drive reduced environmental impact. Those standards are crucial, as we just discussed, for ourselves, for our customers, for the policymakers around the world, as well as for our planet. So we're very excited. Just three other things I want to talk about. First, an appreciation for the program of work, the gratitude for all of the efforts that this focus group has done over the last couple of years. Your chair, Paolo, your secretariat, Charlene, all your editors, and all the experts that have really driven the program of work over the past couple of years. And personally, I'm excited about this conference and meeting people over the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. So we are going to very shortly take a break where we're going to take a photo of everybody here who is present. We won't be able to take a photo of all of you online, but we wish we had you here as well. So we're going to take a short coffee break. After the coffee break, we're going to go directly into session 1, which is the Sustainable Solutions for Environmental Efficiency. And we will have a keynote from Greg, which we're very much looking forward to. And then we have a great panel who will also be giving short addresses, followed by a discussion. And I believe we are also open for some short questions at the end of that session. So again, thank you very much, everybody, for joining us online and in person. Let's take a short break. If you're online, you've got a few minutes to go and get yourself a cup of coffee and settle yourself down again for us to start again at 10:30 here local time. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are starting the workshop. We have now the first section on sustainable solution for environmental efficiency. Thank to be back to us. And now is the time for Greg to make the keynote for this session.
Thank you, Paolo. Yes, I'm going to do a keynote here for the first session today, which is Sustainable Solutions for Environmental Efficiency. I'm from Amazon Web Services, and so I'll briefly talk about what we're doing. And I'm going to start off with, basically the first thing that at least I think many of us believe that's going to be the most important thing is just showing leadership in this, trying to find a way to drive some from the goal, this sort of vague objective about improving environmental impact towards really doing something clear and something specific to help companies and customers improve those things. And so Amazon is this kind of a peculiar company where we base all of our decisions on these leadership principles. These leadership principles drive pretty much everything and inform our decisions, as well as inform all sorts of other things about our business. And we have a relatively new leadership principle, which is about success and scale, bring this broad responsibility. And I think I don't want to spend a whole lot of time reading it, but basically, we believe at Amazon and Amazon Web Services that we have to be humble. We have to understand where we are, and we have to take steps to actually leave the planet and let our customers, enable our customers to improve, the planet and improve. Think about sustainability as a long-term trend for growth. If you just continue to think short-term, you end up not doing yourselves, any kind of favors associated with really building a long-term business. And only by investing in the sustainable kind of cycles for business can you really achieve what you need to do for yourselves and for your customers. For AWS, we we're primarily this cloud computing company. And so we think of it in two dimensions. One of it is, how do we improve the cloud itself? How do we make it more sustainable? How do we drive in efficiency and for storage and for computation? And how do we make sure that we're transparent enough to let our customers know exactly what the environmental impact of using the cloud is? But also we have to support sustainability through the cloud. We have to allow our customers to understand what their decisions of how they use those cloud computing resources to make, and give them the metrics and the dashboards to let them make better architectural decisions so that they can also drive improved environmental impact. Make sense? So what drives sustainability today? We have these several things. First, we see increased awareness of our employees and customers about sustainability and environmental impact. We have regulatory frameworks emerging, especially led by Europe. We're talking about governments, local authorities. We're positioning. We have brand awareness. We have to make sure that as stakeholders that we are we're being responsible stakeholders for the environment. So we see customer demand, reputation, activist-led investing, and so forth. Regulators are striving for a low carbon economy, especially with the EU. US is a fast follower, and we see China leapfrogging with rigorous power as well. We see consolidation of sustainability reporting frameworks by 2023, starting with the sorry, I can't read with my glasses, GR reporting, the TCFD reporting, and then you see US SEC, New Zealand, China, EU, and labeling. So we see the regulatory actions coming, and this is important. And again, we will see, we're seeing a shift from transparency to accountability. We're going to be held accountable to meet these regulatory frameworks. And I think this is just the beginning for driving us to real clear goals as both as a company and for our customers. So there's also sustainability challenges, but we're not yet on pace to hit our own goals. Our teams are combining multiple data sets, manually tracking emissions. We're not sure how to execute sustainability goals, what frameworks we should use. We're not convinced that sustainability can be financially rewarding. We have multiple facilities, and we need to ensure that we're compliant to multiple regulatory frameworks. These are challenging issues for ourselves and our customers. And I think it's incumbent upon us to try to mitigate these challenges, or at least speak to them as we drive our projects and our standards. So where should we focus? 5 main areas of focus based on regulatory and end user push. First, we should be pushing for ESG reporting as automated measurement, flexible auditable models, sector-specific, out-of-the-box reports to meet regulatory requirements. We should focus on decarbonization, sector-specific pathway engines, marginal abatement cost curves to enable target setting and prioritization. We should focus on resource efficiency, reducing and optimizing material water, waste, and energy input, and improve the circularity of materials and processes. And we have product labeling, automate product lifecycle assessments, third-party auditable models, tracking product compliance, and biodiversity in nature, assessing the biodiversity risk, and evaluate land use, chemical pollution, and animal welfare. And there's a need for changing this paradigm, moving beyond the status quo. It's no longer just something to meet regulatory, but it's a driver for growth. Like I said, it's establishing a long-term trend for our growth and the growth of our customers. So, we are very data-driven at AWS, so we try to measure everything. And so we believe that measurement is the key to really understanding where we are and for building improvement in terms of our sustainability for our customers and for our planet. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this tool that we have called this carbon footprint framework, which is an emissions accounting tool to allow people to understand exactly what the carbon impact or the environmental impact is of using some of these tools. So it's a framework to develop real-time dashboards for measuring, tracking, and managing carbon footprint on a product, process, and entity level. It transforms customer activity into actionable metrics using proven source-based approaches to various reporting bodies such as the CDP, the SASB, and the TCFD. And what it means is it helps leverage cloud technology to measure, report, set targets, and decarbonize. I'm going to keep going. So our approach is basically, it's a data-driven foundation, allows information to be collected, processed, managed, and analyzed. And it helps reduce silos and availability of a single centralized view of all the relevant data associated with a solution, creates that end-to-end visibility to help understand the carbon footprint of our business activities. It's a solution that customers can integrate and tailor with ease. And here's a brief model. So I like this slide. It's a little bit condensed, but basically you have operations associated with a solution. You want to understand the energy consumption. You can use the carbon footprint in terms of ingestion of utility, data extraction and storage, data processing, carbon modeling, and it produces reports for disclosure. We have a lot of expertise in a lot of industries that have gone into the formation of this tool that are being used by these customer segments and market segments. And you know, it fits in with many of the other benefits of using AWS. I feel like this is too much of a commercial to some degree, but I believe that this is a good model. You know, I believe we're just beginning, right, at AWS to understand how to improve environmental efficiency for cloud-based computing solutions. And I think this is a good start, but you know, especially when it comes to AI and ML, there's lots of challenges associated with understanding different storage models or data fabrics that go into acceleration of computation for really complicated or high number of parameter models. And there's a lot of complexity associated with just the entire DevOps chain for AI ML that we need to continue to drive progress, not just for ourselves, not just for our customers, but also just, you know, for the entire industry to be able to drive improvement for AI ML in a way that's carbon, you know, centric, right? So we had this discussion with Malcolm earlier, and I believe that primarily we've been focused on time and money, right? As our kind of, that's what drives our metrics, right? And I think that we're going to see the need to be driving carbon as well going forwards. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Any questions? No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Greg. There is some questions to Greg from the room. No? I have a question, more a curiosity, as we are speaking about AI in this group.
Yeah.
You see the impact of using AI in Amazon activity from sustainable point of view?
Yeah, so I think AI can be used as a tool to improve sustainability, right? So it's a mechanism to optimize things. So you set the objective function, and you can set it to learn better approaches, right? So you know, it's a trade-off. I think in engineering terms, and so you know, oftentimes we set the objective function for accuracy, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe for cost. Sometimes beginning more and more for bias. You know, sometimes we set the architectures to support some transparency objectives, right? Certainly, we think about you know, other risks that are associated with AI ML. But a significant part of responsible AI, I think, is the environmental impact, especially for these larger models. And so, you know, you can establish, you know, you can put some of that information into objective functions. And if you have some data, right, for, you know, you're training something and you have some ground truth data, right, associated with different decisions or different classifiers or different approaches that you want to do, then you can let that be part of the balance, and AI can help sort of solve those problems to weigh environmental impact just as much as accuracy or bias or whatever the right tuning that makes sense for our customers or for ourselves.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you for a great presentation. So, oh wow, thank you for a great presentation.
Very welcome.
So, how do you interpret and standardize the lifecycle data that is in? So the data sets can come in a lot of different formats. What protocols do you use to standardize the data that is on products and on process in order to make them comparable and possible to add together?
Yeah, this is a very good question. So I know that there are quite a few approaches. I'm aware of the approach that ISO is taking to standardize data quality, and their 5259 series for establishing metrics for describing data homogeneity, data completeness, data correctness, whether or not it's auditable, whether it has the components necessary, whether it has the provenance, whether it, and so all of these characteristics or abilities of data are important perhaps to measure, right? And so I think there's two aspects of it. One is that you want at least a starting point. How should, if given no other information, what should you be measuring, right? There's a cost also to measuring, but also you need some discretion. Certainly use case, sector specific use cases or solutions might have a different, maybe even a specific technology, maybe image recognition or something associated with measuring, energy associated with a digging machine or something like that. There's data that's specific to that. Maybe wireless, there's latency issues, maybe there's some accuracy issues associated with ground truth. And so I think, you need the discretion and the encouragement, right? To be able to say, okay, it's not enough. You need to make sure that you budget, right? When you're doing an AI/ML project for doing good data science. And here are some common metrics you can start, but please feel free to use creativity and use your brains to come up with better metrics, and then continuous improvement, right? So whatever you start with a metric is probably not best, but it is a step, and it's a discipline, it's a governance thing, right? So the more that you get used to doing that, the more that's important to management, the more that feeds into things, the better it is. I think excellent question and key to how ML ops really function. It's not just in training, it's in operational data and it's in testing. We're all data driven, right, with AI/ML, and so so really sustainability probably starts early on, even when you're thinking about what data you should collect or what data you should outsource and how you should ingest it and how you should manage that data. Anyway, hugely important topic.
Greg, we have a question from the remote side from Dimitri Korpakis from Brussels. He asked if do you have a guidance for small and medium-sized enterprise working with Amazon on sustainability practices?
I don't know. I will get back to them, but I don't know. I do know that it's important for us as Amazon, I think probably for the whole industry, is not to be developing standards that are only only feasible for large businesses. That would be bad. It would be bad for innovation. It would be bad for a lot of our customers. We really need the right balance between something that's achievable, actually has value, but is not overly burdensome to innovation. There's a fine line there. If you over-regulate, then you hurt some of the innovation of, like how do you use AI/ML to actually improve environmental efficiency, that innovation, that capability. You want to do the right thing with responsibility, but you don't want to have so much oversight and burden. You need the right amount, right? And you need to be able to, again, you need to be able to encourage innovation and responsible use. So we're here as experts to actually find that right balance, to establish the clear guidelines and best practices that help us and small and medium-sized businesses, especially, to meet that query. And I'll find out if we have any guidance. I know that's really near and dear to our hearts strategically. So.
Thank Greg. This is very similar to the discussion that we have in Study Group 5 when we write a standard that sometimes is very not applicable or too hard to apply for a small enterprise because they need to create a lot of overhead that is not possible for them. There is other questions. I don't see nothing on the chat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. So we can move to the first speaker. Yes. The first speaker is Leonidas Antopoulos from University of Thessaly in Greece. He's connected remotely.
Unfortunately, yes. I don't know if you can hear me. Good morning.
Yes, we hear you very well, Leonidas. Please. Go on, Leonidas.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me in this very interesting session. I am so sorry that I cannot be in person together with you. It was really a busy period for me. That was the reason. And I hope we will meet in person soon, Paolo. That would be at least a promise for me. So my name is Leonidas Anthopoulos, as Paolo mentioned. I am a professor at the University of Thessaly in Greece. This is located in central Greece. It is the third biggest university in our country. But the reason that I am here is not because of my affiliation, but because of my contribution to this focus group. I'm trying to open my presentation. I apologize for this delay. I don't know if you can see it now. Is the screen available to you? Yes, I think it is. So I am here because of my contribution to this focus group, and more specifically, I work together with Paolo for the working group 2 of the focus group. And among others, I participated in the development of 2 deliverables that I'm going to present in brief. Both of them deal with energy efficiency in emerging technologies. The first one tries to define guidelines for energy efficient blockchain system. And the second one tries to define the requirements for measurement models, for assessment models in the urban space from the perspective of AI and big data. If we focus on the first deliverable, this tries to perform an overview. I apologize for this interruption. This tries to perform an overview on the energy, sorry, it's the same computer, an overview of the energy demands of blockchain. It defines, with the use of literature evidence, the blockchain energy model together with the energy efficient parameters, which we have to know in order to optimize the behavior of blockchain systems. The status of this deliverable is that it has been transformed to a recommendation, to a supplement, as you can see its number, under the study group 5. So according to our findings, we understood that the blockchain is a mechanism, it's a system that tries to reach consensus among different actors without human intervention. And with the term consensus, which is actually a mechanism, an algorithm, it is a single opinion of what happened, and no one can deny that this happened, This cannot change. And what should have happened because of this particular event? In these figures, we represent how a blockchain in general operates. And the consensus mechanisms can be distinguished in 3 particular groups: the proof of work, the proof of stake, and the proof of authority. The difference between these consensus is the level of these 3 consensus algorithms is the level of trust. The first one consumes significant amount of energy in order to confirm, to validate transactions, and when tries to decrypt things, to solve very hard cryptographic puzzles, which makes almost impossible for someone to invest, to consume energy in order to decrypt, in order to bypass the decisions that have been validated within the system. On the other hand, I didn't mention that the Bitcoin is based on the proof of work consensus mechanism. On the other hand, the proof of stake is a different consensus mechanism. It is based on ownership of this blockchain, on the existence of some agents that can validate the transactions that take place within the blockchain. So the energy that is consumed in this blockchain, the purpose of this energy is to confirm that the transactions that took place are valid. In similar terms, the proof of authority works, but is a smaller subset of blockchain. The proof of stake is applied in Ethereum and other very well-known blockchain systems. So according to our findings, as you may have already realized, the proof of work mechanism requires extremely amounts of energy in order to work. On the other hand, this cost is approached by different stakeholders who want to minimize in order to enhance their participation in the blockchain. And in order to perform this, in order to establish this, either they have to use more energy efficient hardware, or they need to have access to sustainable energy resources with lower costs. This is the outcome of proof of work. According to literature evidence, the energy amount that is needed for a proof of work blockchain can be approached, can be calculated with these two first formulas. The first one shows that it is based on the hash rate, because as I explained, this blockchain is used in order to perform the transactions, which are hash-based, and decrypt the transactions, again with hash rates, multiplied with the energy that is used, the energy cost for each of these hash establishment. And this consumption has been associated with the crypto coins that are based on blockchains with the second formula. As you can see, the block rewards are multiplied with the coin price, added the transaction fees, divided by the block time, multiplied with the electricity price. Our approach, our contribution was to extend these two formulas with the third one, which actually shows that we need energy not only for the transactions, but not only for the block production that these two formulas show, but for the execution too. So these findings support us to realize that we need extreme amounts of energy, and these amounts of energy are minimized, are shortened significantly when we use the second and the third mechanisms. Flowing from proof of work to proof of stake, the level of trust decreases, but the level of energy, the amount of energy also decreases. And this is something that shows to the decision makers, to the people that install blockchains within cities, for instance, what they need to know, what they need to follow. These are the guidelines. First, to decide on the level of trust. And as I explained, as trust decreases, energy demand also decreases compared to other solutions. The need of computational power of a proof of work mechanism automatically increases the computational needs. The choice of hardware affects the energy efficiency. There are several solutions for which we can calculate the energy amounts. And a proof of stake consensus is a balanced choice in terms of trust and energy use, as the findings demonstrated. The second deliverable, in brief, I will try to be as brief as possible in order to achieve our times, has a scope to investigate the appropriate models that can show and evaluate urban energy efficiency, but with a focus of from the perspectives of AI and big data. It performs an overview of existing evaluation metrics with both a gap analysis on standards that try to define energy efficiency and provide models for its calculation, and with literature findings that can help us provide guidelines for model development, for understanding how to calculate energy efficiency in urban spaces from these two perspectives. This deliverable also has been transformed to a supplement. Its number is presented on the screen, that has been developed by the study group 5. Some formulas that were collected from the gap analysis, for instance, from the recommendation 1315, show how to define energy efficiency, the output divided to the energy input, and how we can also calculate the energy consumption of several IT systems like telecommunication networks, like data centers. We use these findings as the basis for our further exploration, but we also needed to know how to model, how to calculate the energy system of a city. And one of the models that appears to be very useful to model and calculate the energy demands in a city is the times, which is based on several flows that take place in a city, like transportation, like people. And as you can see from the formula, we need to associate flows, the processes that are used to perform these flows in specific regions during specific time periods. When we add in this system several AI solutions, we can understand that we generate new types of flows, information flows, several data flows. Then we need to understand how AI works. And this Venn diagram shows that AI is associated with machine learning, with regression learning, deep learning, and it actually represents a software, a system which works on several physical systems and requires data in order to work. So we need to understand what types of flows take place in terms of data. And data science shows its life cycle, which needs energy to collect data, energy to transmit data, to process data, and actually to store data. And this function, this generic function, can be used in order to calculate the amount of energy that is needed when we know the data sources, when we know what types of flows take place within a city, and how they are all work together in the city system. We wanted to accompany these findings with other literature findings in order to understand whether some kind of models or frameworks have already been developed that approach the energy demand in cities for several types of systems and processes that take place in cities, but from the big data and AI perspective. From the amount of work, we concluded on 50 works that supported us in order to define this taxonomy. And this is actually the outcome of this work. This taxonomy shows that in a city, we have the building blocks, utilities and other sectors, and emerging technologies. And for several of them, as you can see with the green and the purple color, some of these items have already been modeled, and some specific algorithms and frameworks exist in order to calculate the energy amounts. On the other hand, no existing frameworks could be located, at least during the execution of this study, that approach the emerging technologies like blockchain, cloud, unmanned vehicles, and so forth. However, this diagram can be useful for anyone who wants to deploy a solution in a city in order to understand the other systems that operate in a city to which it might transact, and in order to understand the amount of energy that will be needed and how they affect the overall energy system of a city. This was my presentation. I hope that I contributed to this very useful dialogue, and I'm also here for any kind of question. Thank you. I cannot hear the room, probably because of, okay, now I can hear you.
Because someone stopped me. Don't worry, Leonidas. We are going back. Okay, thank you, Leonidas, for your presentation. We will have a question and answering section at the end of all the three presentations. And now, and to you, Leonidas, now we go the floor to Arvea Marini, is a partner and board member of Brains Capital and technical director of Energy Society Foundation. and Samara. Arvia, are you online, please?
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for having me. I was listening with great interest, and I thank you, Paolo, and to you for the invitation today. It was very interesting starting with a representative of a large company which is talking about sustainability. And what I going into the technological evaluations, getting to the meat, so to say, of what the malefits and the negative aspects of digitalization and the humongous data volume that we are creating are producing in terms of environmental and climate drawbacks, with the risk of making the climate and environmental crisis much worse than it already is. And let's remember, we are dramatically out of pace with the initiatives and with the actions that we should be urgently taking to manage what has become really an existential crisis. I will go very, very fast in providing some consideration about how urgent it is, because I believe that there is still a dissonance, a cognitive dissonance between what actions and what companies are doing today. And I do, for instance, represent an association of companies. The foundation is a business-led foundation, which has a scope of working on regenerative models, but in a viable and economically sustainable way, other than and beyond bringing companies in operating within the planetary boundaries. The drought of summer 2022, which is the apex of what is already ongoing, has been ongoing for one decade and more, is significant and prolonged worldwide, from Europe to China to the United States and Africa. And this has brought serious knockout effects on energy production, and it has stopped entire industrial sectors and affected badly the food security at global level. Drought has increased by 29% in a generation worldwide, and this is affecting Europe badly already, and is causing sensibly high unfortunately costs, not to talk about the fact that without water, and think about going back to the digital infrastructure, thinking of the stop that has happened to Microsoft data centers in the Netherlands this summer, where the governance system, where the policymakers, the local administrations found out suddenly that although Microsoft had forecasted a consumption of 21 million liters of year, metric cubic of water per year, actually what is happening is that the data centers are consuming 89 million of metric cubic of water every year, which is not sustainable. And is just one example of the huge environmental problem that we are facing. And the energy issue is another one. Professor Leonidas was talking about data centers and blockchain technology. And we know that just let me because I was not prepared, I was not thinking about talking about this, but Bitcoin is considered being 20,000 times more energy intensive than, for instance, other technical payment systems such as credit cards. And Bitcoin electricity consumption is probably between 20 and 80 terawatt annually, which is around 0 to 0.3% of global electricity use worldwide currently. And so I'm just giving numbers that you already all know, although we tend to forget them when we are operating and conceiving our business models. For making
Arvia, yes? I don't know if you are presenting something because we see only you. You are not sharing.
No, for the moment, only speaking, okay. I will go into a brief video very briefly.
It's okay.
Okay. I hope it is not so. I mean, it's not too boring to look at my face when I'm speaking. So, okay. The problem is that we need to tackle, and this is the main message that I want to leave as a takeover for today, something which is called data sobriety, but this is a general economic conversion, which is more into the governance system of the European Union than on, for instance, the United States. Hello?
Okay, in the meantime that we wait Arvea to reconnect, the noise, we have question from...
Hi.
Yeah, yes, okay.
So this was just as a scene setting, and the main concept I would like to leave as a takeaway is that we need to start considering data sobriety as a fundamental operating system, because if we do not avoid design faults at this stage, we will see a replication of what has happened with the construction of the economic model as a whole. We do not need to produce among us some volumes of data which already are available in the system. And this goes together with the idea of building standards that are interoperable and a common taxonomy which goes beyond the single silos that characterize the approaches that the industry at every level and different industries are taking nowadays. The professor from Greece was talking about a taxonomy that allows for the integration of subsystems in a perspective of digital twinning and intelligent governance. This is exactly the area I am working with together with two organizations. One is called Building Smart. Media Construct is the French chapter of Building Smart International, which is the business-led association which is working on the digitalization of the construction and infrastructure sector. And my work with them is aimed at integrating KPIs for sustainability, even and within a redesign of the approaches, utilizing a model, an approach which is PLM, Product Lifecycle Management, and designing this common taxonomy of IFC industry classes, basically, that do start with the interoperability of the building sector within the subsystems of the building sector, but go beyond that. Because we need to, as the professor from Greece was showing, we need to start considering everything which exists in the society, in the structure of society, as an item, an asset, and behavior that generate not only a footprint in terms of emissions of GHGs, but also resources. And from all these subsystems, we do already have an important amount of data in most of the cases. And there are some sectors such as water where this is not the case. And this is once again a problem tied and connected to the way we designed our economies, because resources that were not considered economically relevant, although they are substantial and fundamental for life, for supporting life, not only of the human species, but the entire ecosystems, have not been priced at correct economic level until now. So the signals of the policymakers has to go first and foremost into pricing, remodeling, and giving a different value to things, which is a process which is ongoing. Now, when we're talking about this integration, I will give you through a video a vision of the work that we are doing, and then I will go into a few slides for showing an approach that we presented to DG Grow, the Commission Directorate General for Growth. And this is connected to the redesign of the subsystems through a holistic approach driven by ecological footprint KPIs, and at the same time trying to integrate also an element which is very important, which is the procurement element, because public procurement counts for 14% of European GDP, and changing the drivers that lead public procurement. And this is 90% made on cost today, pure cost analysis, without considering the life cycle of the purchase, already would change the system. So I will go to a video. Share screen. We are here. We will not start from the beginning of this video. I will get rid of these things here. Alone, we need to act together. Until now, however, we haven't succeeded. But today there is hope. There is the political will to act. I will skip this part, which is related to the convergence of legal and trade systems between the major blocks, economic blocks. What I would like, and this was meant to highlight the fact that even with artificial intelligence, by the way, artificial intelligence is extremely energy consuming. Training a single artificial intelligence can correspond to 5 EVs in their entire life cycle. And we need to find common standards between areas to contain this. So it is absolutely fundamental that enhanced collaboration between China, the European Union, and the US is continuing. The decoupling in this respect will mean that we will all be worse off. And moreover, the integration in a system of governance, which is very advanced, utilizing these technologies. And we also have to remember that we need to decrease the amount of volume of data. That means we will have to prioritize what the end uses for which we need the data are. That means that, for instance, for telecom industries, certain business models that today are pushing for the increase in data consumption must be regulated. Because it is also a footprint in infrastructure, which depends from, for instance, by the simple physical infrastructure related to or dependent on the setup of 5G, which is going to be another issue. That's why in my in another video that I've released today for this workshop, the two areas in which I would focus my attention were compressed sensing, which is not really liked at the moment by the telecoms because it's actually changing their business models. But the point that I would like to make is that if we need to go towards an ecological transition, then business models of companies will have to change. And even the short-term profit concept of companies will have to integrate different parameters. I think I'm over the time that I was allocated, if I'm not wrong.
Avia, can you conclude, because we are going out of the time?
Exactly. I think I'm over the time, and this was an overview of what I wanted to provide today.
Thank you very much, Avia, for your presentation, for your work, especially on the on the open standard part. Now we have the time of to have with us Stefano Nativi from National Research Council of Italy. Stefano, are you connected?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me also?
We see your presentation. Yeah, yes, we see, and we see the presentation both.
Yeah. Can I use my presentation? I mean, otherwise, I just I would ask kindly to click on my presentation, or I can share it myself, so I can.
Okay. Don't worry. From remotely, we click.
Okay.
You move your hand.
Okay, sure. Let's do it then. Thank you very much from my side also for having me here today, unfortunately remotely connected. So what is the topic that I would like to address in this presentation? Well, as you can read, is the digital transformation process, and of course with a focus on the energy efficiency factor. So I'm going to cover the environmental efficiency from the energy point of view. And click, please. One click, please. Okay, thank you. Let me start from the policy, because indeed social and policy needs are where everything starts, as we know very well. And in particular, I'm deeply engaged with European, matters. So, for instance, European Union has just approved the Europe Digital Decade with a set, recognizing a set of targets to be reached by the 2030, and they are mostly all about this digital transformation process. You can see, a couple of targets about digital skills. Then we have security, sustainable digital infrastructures, including 5G, covered briefly by the previous speaker. We have edge and cloud networks, of course. Then we have digital transformation of businesses, also covered beautifully by the previous speaker. And finally, we have another couple of targets about the digitalization of public services. In particular, here we have, e-health and the digital wallet or the digital identity. So these are our needs, and in doing that, we have to be more digital in terms of society, and we have to do it in a very environmental friendly way, and that's our challenge. Click, please. Thank you. So how can we do that? As it was also anticipated by Leonidas and the second speaker, we have to change our approach. We have to think not anymore of a physical reality, but a cyber-physical, reality. And in particular, a paradigm, which is called cyber-physical paradigm, based on all the fantastic digital innovation mentioned before, but in particular processes such as ubiquitous connectivity, ultra-wideband networks, the virtualization of everything from sensors to computing, storage, laboratories, etc., and in particular also artificial intelligence, which means, this new spring of artificial intelligence means a data-driven modeling approach, so machine and deep learning. One click. Yeah, so you can click, you can just click in order to cover the entire cycle here. Thank you very much. So you can see that there are several steps, and in each of these steps, from data collection and generation to data transportation, ingestion, management, processing, analytics, and application and model and the business model, development. In each of these steps, we must put in place instruments and approaches, methodologies in order to save energy, because this is of key importance if we want to develop digitally our society in a sustainable way. One more click, please. And in particular, if we want to make our society, for instance, our cities, but not only cities, any process here or any subsystem, let's say, if we want to make them smarter, a fantastic new instrument is represented by the digital twin pattern. This physical cyber interaction pattern that I oversimplified here with this schema. But my point here about this schema is that if we want to really talk about a digital twin, we have to be clear. It is not like a traditional digital model and or a digital shadow. A real digital twin is characterized by what is called the physical digital interconnections from physical to digital and from digital to physical. So the data streams and the feedbacks or actions, intelligent action, if you like, and this should be as continuous as possible and as autonomous as possible. So this is a very important challenge, because that means a lot of energy to be consumed in a continuous and regular way. Let's think of our smart cities. That means, for instance, that every building should be connected, continuously, hourly, in order to provide data and in order to get some feedbacks. One click, please. So important successful factors and sustainability factors here are energy consumptions, indeed, cybersecurity, and social trustworthiness. Clearly, I'm going to cover the energy consumption one. One click, please. And here I come with our contribution, my colleagues and my contribution to the focus group, which is, of course, only a small contribution to this very big and demanding picture. And the first contribution was with the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. And we work on the computer processing, data management, and energy perspective. The co-authors are here Paolo Bertoldi and Tiago Serreño. The other contribution is with CNR. My colleagues are Mattia Santoro and Enrico Boldrini. Mattia is there, and he will present this second study in the next days. One click, please. Okay, so let's go very briefly, because I know that I don't have time and you are already tired. So let's go with the first study. First study mainly wanted to produce a set of good practices for energy efficiency of this cyber-physical domain, which makes use of innovative instruments such as IoT, artificial intelligence, and digital twins. So we covered the paradigm that I already introduced. One more click. We introduce a reference framework, as you can see, is based logically, of course, based on 4 different tiers, from local to the to the cloud tier, if you like, up to the application, the user available application tier. And then we also introduce and cover a couple of deployments. One more click. Okay, 2 kinds of possible deployments, common possible deployments. First one is by using a cloud, what is called a central cloud system. The other one, so-called edge, cloud system. So in both cases, there are different systems. So there are different, possibilities in terms of energy efficiencies. Okay, one more click. Okay. To calculate the energy efficiency that could be done in these scenarios, we adopted the following methodology, a circular value chain process starting from data storage. Then the second step is the data transfer or move. And a third step deals with data processing and analytics. So 3 of the previous steps that I depicted in one of my first slides. Also we considered as an important input the best practices and recommendation coming from the society, from the people, from the organization, the community of practices, in particular here, the European Union codes of conduct for ICT, largely focusing on data centers. One more click, please. Okay, the second study. The second study is based on some previous deliverables. For example, Leonidas already covered the blockchain, and there are other studies covering artificial intelligence efficiency. And so, I mean, the aim of the study was not to cover them again, of course, but to understand how combining artificial intelligence and blockchain could be beneficial for the energy and so the environment. And this is what we have done. In particular, we recognize 3 important domains where this combination could be useful, and they are namely automation, trust, and augmentation. One more click, please. And the main product, the main outcome of these studies, once more, is a set of recommendations and best practices on using artificial intelligence and the blockchain together, not just in a general horizontal way, but specifically in a few use cases. So we recognized some application areas or use cases, if you like, general use cases, and they were insurance services, healthcare services, financial services, and supply chain services. So for these 4 specific application domain, we came up with recommendation and best practices about how to combine these 2 important new technologies for improving the efficiency in terms of environmental friendliness. One more click. So my last slide, set of final thoughts, considerations, if you like. Learned from, of course, these studies. These are the main one. There are others, but I know that time is always. And so the first one, also covered by the previous speaker, is that we need to adopt an holistic view, which is based on a stepwise model. So my message here, all of these systems or processes, if you like, are part of the digital transformation of the society. So we have always to have in our mind the general picture here and their needs. For instance, the edge computing. Yeah.
Can you conclude, please? Because we
Sure.
are very...
Okay. So the second point is to use a satisfying philosophy rather than an optimization one. Then my last 2 points is about people, society, not only technology, but we have to take care of the voluntary best practices, which can play an important role to anticipate standards, and then to include the society in terms of the human role in a more and more cyber-physical interactive world. We must be human-centric. And that's all. Thank you very much.
My name is Celine. I'm a CEO at Augment City, and I will be the moderator for the session 2 today. I would like to thank everyone for joining us. As a kind reminder to all the speakers, this is 15 minutes for the keynote speaker and 10 minutes for the other. I will give you a 1-minute flag to make sure we can keep the time and have time for questions. So today we are going in the session to discuss sustainable environmental efficiency and the United Nations SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, and how digital technology can basically support our transition and support policy and business maker into the process. As a first speaker, we have Marielle Furnes-Manset. I've worked together with Marielle for the first time 10 years ago, and together we have brought to the market sustainable consumer good. Marielle has continued her career and personal life in focusing on sustainability, now working at Norwegian Hydrogen. She's a role model both for a future sustainable leader and woman in the technical world. And today she's going to talk about how hydrogen technology can help fulfill Sustainable Development Goal. Thank you, Marielle.
Thank you so much. Do you have a
clicker?
Is that here? Yes. Is it this? Okay, I'll try this. Thank you so much for inviting me, Celine. Thank you so much for everybody. Very nice to meet you. So I will not talk about AI. I will talk about hydrogen and how that is a tool to enable decarbonization in the world. I have a responsibility of brand and sustainability in Norwegian Hydrogen. So I don't need to tell you about this, but the goals that we have ahead of us requires a major shift and a transformation of global energy systems. And this is what I work with every day now. And we do need to cut, just in Norway, 50,000 tons of CO2 every week in order to reach our climate targets for 2030. So we need to cut a lot of CO2 starting now. And hydrogen, using green hydrogen, it is possible to cut 7.1 kilos of CO2 for every kilo of hydrogen you actually use. So the potential here is massive, not only for reaching the Norwegian goals, but reaching the global climate goals. A little bit about Norwegian Hydrogen. Our purpose is to actually enable zero emissions, to reaching net zero. So our purpose is to enable this for our customers, and I will get a little bit back to who those are. Here you see a truck, and here is a maritime vessel. So our customers are those that cannot decarbonize by using electricity directly or batteries. Of course, it's the most efficient thing is to electrify directly or using batteries. But there are a lot of sectors where this is not possible. So especially for heavy duty transport and for maritime and also in industry, there is a need for different solutions. And at Norwegian Hydrogen, it's quite a young company, but we're not only building a company, we're building an industry, because the hydrogen industry is there, but only more or less only gray hydrogen in the world today. And we are building a complete value chain for green hydrogen. We are building production hubs, the first coming up near the Geiranger fjord. In a year we will open. We have now started building it. The Geiranger fjord is a UNESCO World Heritage fjord. From 2026, there's not allowed any emissions from larger cruise vessels or ferries there. So you need alternatives, and hydrogen is a great alternative. We have received investment support for this factory. It will open in a year. But this is just a start. So we will open many more production hubs throughout the Nordics. We are also developing a distribution and sales network. Production is one thing, but you have to distribute this to our customers. Can be land-based refueling stations, bunkering stations for maritime, or directly delivery to industry. We have quite a both local and global ownership in Norwegian Hydrogen. It started here in Ålesund. We are developing it throughout the Nordics now. We have a Japanese owner as our second largest owner. They're focusing on building a global hydrogen economy. And this is important because we cannot do this here locally. We need to build a global hydrogen economy in order to decarbonize with hydrogen. So we are lucky enough to have these Japanese big industrial owners on board, and they have different investments around the globe making this happen. And our Nordic locations are here. We have our main office here in Ålesund, but we have locations all over the Nordics, as you see here. The IEA, the International Energy Agency, has set hydrogen to be one of the major decarbonization pillars. Hydrogen and hydrogen-based fuels is not the only solution, but it's one of the big important solutions in order to decarbonize. And the EU has set quite big goals. By 2030, EU want to produce 10 million tons of green hydrogen locally in Europe, and also import 10 million tons of green hydrogen. It's a big target. A lot is required to enable that. We need to build more renewable energy sources in order to get there. But it's an important goal to set. And I hope Norwegian government will also follow up on this, of course. There's a lot of talk about who will use green hydrogen and what is the right solution. At least the maritime industry agree that hydrogen is one of the major solutions. So after COP27, the maritime sector gathered and agreed that they will work together in achieving this, using green hydrogen as a zero-emission fuel for decarbonizing the maritime sector. And these big players actually signed this agreement. So I'm really happy to see that. There's a lot of talk about different types of hydrogen, and I just want to, I'm not sure for those listening if you know a lot about hydrogen, but there's a lot of talk about different colors of hydrogen. Gray hydrogen is the hydrogen that is most of in the world today. In use, gray hydrogen is also emission-free, but when you produce gray hydrogen, there's a lot of emissions. So we don't want that. We want green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is emission-free when you produce it, and it's emission-free when you use it. So to produce green hydrogen, you use renewable energy and you use water, and then you get green hydrogen. It is totally emission-free, as I said, and the good thing about producing hydrogen here in Norway is that we have a lot of renewable power. 98% of the power in the grid is from renewable sources, mainly from hydropower. What we are doing is using a lot of surplus power, mainly surplus power in Hellesylt, but also power from the grid, which is renewable, to produce green hydrogen. We also get some bonus products. We get oxygen and heat. And you might have heard as well that it's not very energy efficient to use green hydrogen, right? Because you get a lot of loss in the process of producing it. But if you use the heat and if you use the oxygen, the loss is not that major, because then we use all the values created. So we want to use the oxygen, for example, for fish farms, for other that need oxygen. We want to use all the heat. There's a lot of surplus heat produced. So we want to use the heat for agriculture, aquaculture, buildings, etc. And our customers being this, we are in contact with a lot of customers and they really want a solution. So we're really hoping to see a different speed now in actually what's available for these customers. They want ships that can run on hydrogen. They want trucks that can run on hydrogen. There's a lot of things happening in Europe, which is great to see. And also on the off-highway sector, there's a lot of trucks running on hydrogen, smaller trucks for warehouses, warehouse trucks, over 40,000, I think, in the world now. And for the off-highway sector, for larger machines, it's a really big potential there. Industrial use, to use hydrogen in steel production, for example, is well on its way, and to use hydrogen in a lot of processes in the industry, and then green hydrogen instead of gray hydrogen. There you can decarbonize a lot. Power to X is about taking the energy when the wind is blowing and the sun is shining, storing it into hydrogen, and then using it back on the grid or for other purposes when the wind is not blowing and the sun is not shining. So it enables stabilization of the power grid in a very interesting way, and we're working on that as well. In Norwegian Hydrogen, we have a lot of different projects going on. We're working together with partners. We can't do this alone. We have to collaborate. We're working with biogas partners. We're working with train owners. We're working with those that create different solutions in the value chain, for example, the bunkering solutions. I won't go into that. I encourage you to visit our website or contact me if you have any questions. But we are creating a total value chain here for green hydrogen, which is still in development today. So it's important for us to work with many. I have a short video of our first Hellesylt Hydrogen Hub project, and I want to take the time to show this to you so you can get the idea of how we work. I also want to talk a little bit on the end here about how we work with sustainability in general. Sustainability is much more than carbon footprint. Our main goal is to enable zero emissions, but in order to reach the sustainability goals, we need to think much more broad. So we are focusing on everything in the whole value chain, including also the governmental, economic part and the social people part. So we have a goal of reporting on the triple bottom line. We are reporting our climate accounts from day one, which sounds easier than you would think for a very small company, but it's a challenge, but it's great to do it from the start. And we have worked quite analytical on finding our SDGs and seeing what do we actually contribute on. You have some obvious ones, of course, when it comes to the climate, because this is our purpose. But also we see that we contribute on a lot of different SDGs. We have made analysis on materiality and seeing what do our stakeholders think that is most important and where can we contribute the most. But we also analyzed the sub-targets of the SDGs. And seeing the different sub-targets on all the SDGs, we saw that we contributed to quite a lot of those, actually, just by doing what we plan to do. And then we have kind of taken all those SDGs where we see that we can contribute the most and chosen those as our own. And we have prioritized these 6 SDGs and see that all these have very relevant sub-targets. And we have worked in our organization very thoroughly with these, making sure that everybody in the team knows about the SDGs and where we can contribute and where do we need to step up the game. So I won't go into depth in this, it's just to show you how we work on the SDGs. And obviously the climate target is one of our main targets, but also the number 7 SDG is a really nice one. And we see that here's an example of our targets, the sub-targets, that we see that we can do a good contribution. The last example that I want to show is this one, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. We really need to contribute on the infrastructure part. When it comes to green hydrogen, the chicken and egg question and problem is very much on everybody's mind. Well, the customers, they want to buy green hydrogen, but there's no infrastructure. So we are building infrastructure. We make investment decisions on this, and we actually think that by building infrastructure, we can solve this problem and this dilemma. That's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mariel. And we actually got a few questions from the panel. First from...
Do you want me to keep standing or sitting down?
You can keep standing. From Mr. Bainspeed, excellent talk on importance of hydrogen. Would be nice to understand what power consumption are needed to produce hydrogen and how this compares with all the fuel. For instance, nuclear, wind, hydro, gas, etc., for generating power. Do you have some insight on this?
Well, I have to answer in general terms, but of course we need a lot of power in order to produce 10 million tons of green hydrogen as the EU wants. You need a lot of power, and that is why I said that we need to build more renewable energy. In Norway, we actually have a lot of power, even though in the future we will have a shortage of power, and there are a lot of things going on to redeem that and to make sure that we will not have this problem. For example, offshore wind, there's a lot of talk about building out, but we need a lot of power. In Hellesylt, it's a 2 megawatt facility. And for 2 megawatts, we produce 1.5 tons of hydrogen, green hydrogen each day. And it depends. In Hellesylt, you have surplus power. So all the power from 3 different hydropower plants cannot actually be transported out to the rest of Norway or to the region or to Europe. So by using that surplus power, we can actually make power that would not be used anywhere else. And that is our first target. And then we will have to see where the more renewable sources are.
Thank you. We also got a question from Mr. Waklu Vimal. What is the challenge in using green hydrogen for running normal cars?
You need a fuel cell for that. So you can rebuild normal cars, actually. with working with our customers for heavy transport, we do look at rebuilding existing trucks into hydrogen trucks. Running on green hydrogen is like it's electric. A fuel cell produces electricity, so you need to rebuild it. So it's not, you can't just put green hydrogen in the tank of a normal car.
Thank you very much for your answer. We will now move to the next panelist, Pernilla Bergmark. I hope you are connected now, and you're welcome on the panel. So Pernilla is a principal researcher at Ericsson. She's also a co-rapporteur of ITU's SG5. She's also the co-author of 2 books on 1.5-degree climate action. Very interesting. And today she will focus on standard to understand the impact of ICT in the net zero transition. Pernilla?
Yes, I'm here. So
Good morning.
actually, yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So actually, this presentation is a shared one between myself and Jean-Manuel Canet, and Jean-Manuel will make the first part of the presentation. So maybe you want to introduce him as well.
Yes, definitely, I can do that. Yeah. And
Okay.
really happy to see collaboration. So Jean-Manuel Canet is an expert in sustainable development, working at Orange Consulting. He has spent his whole career between academic and private company working with sustainability. Today is also the vice chairman of ITU SG5, and then discussing this together with Pernilla on standard to understand impact of ICT in the net zero transition. Welcome, Jean-Manuel.
Thank you very much. So hello to everybody. Thank you so much for this invitation. And so as Pernilla mentioned, we will deliver this speech jointly. So I will now share the screen. Rely upon the presentation that we have. So showing the full screen. I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes.
Can you see it? Yeah?
Yes, very good.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So together with Pernilla, we are going to speak about how the international standards, they do help in the transition towards net zero, in particular for our sector, and using information and communication technologies in the other sectors. So we are both working in the study group 5, which tackles, among other topics, environment, climate change in ITUT. I'm very pleased to be with you this morning remotely. So some elements of context before we go into the details. So as you all know, and as our colleague from Norwegian Invergen mentioned again, a rapid decrease in GHG emissions is necessary to keep global temperature increase below 1.5 degrees. And the ICT industry stated in 2020 that the target was to reduce its own GHG emissions by 45% by 2030. So that was stated by the ITU Secretary General Hu Lintao. And that figure was coming, in fact, from work that has been developed within ITUT SG5. And I will come back to that a little bit later. So ICT, unlike other projects or services, they have a double-edged nature. So this is very specific to ICT. ICT do have a footprint, a known footprint. So, for instance, the devices, the laptops that we are using currently, the smartphones, the network equipments, the data centers, all these, they do have a footprint corresponding to the extraction of material that are necessary to, let's say, build the equipments, the production of equipment, the usage of ICT as well, and they may have also some negative societal effects. So the ICT sector has a key role on trying to minimize the negative effects of ICT with respect to environment. But at the same time, ICT do have some positive effects. The use of ICT can reduce GHG emissions. For instance, the fact that we are together virtually today and that we did not have to travel to Öresund, that brings some savings in terms of GHG emissions of transports. And so this is an example on how to reduce GHG emissions thanks to using ICT, potentially having also some positive societal effects. So the sector has to, as a role, to try to maximize the positive effects while minimizing the negative effects. And we will come back to this with Pernilla. So how ITU is supporting climate action? So, well, you all know the ITU. The study group 5 is dealing especially with EMF, environment, climate action, sustainable digitalization, and circular economy, with the development of many standards and supplements related to the stakes of climate actions and circular economy, energy efficiency. And all these standards are available for free online, and it was also mentioned, I saw in the chat. And of course, there is the focus group, which has been organizing this workshop today, which is also playing an important role identifying how artificial intelligence, other emerging technologies can help both in minimizing the negative effects of ICT on the environment and maximizing the positive effects that these technologies can have in other sectors of the economy. So the ITUT study group 5, among several series of recommendations, has developed a series of recommendations on methodologies. So this is the L.1400 series, methodologies on how to assess the environmental impact of ICT. And there are several perspectives, as this diagram shows. So there is a sectoral perspective, assessment of the environmental impact of the ICT sector. This is in L.1450. We have been developing ICT sector decarbonization trajectories, and I will come back to that in a few seconds, let's say. This is L.1470. There has been also the development of a standard on a territory perspective, assessment of ICT at a city level. That could be also very interesting to have the assessment of an ICT at an augmented city level, why not? And from the product perspective, we look at first order effects and second order and higher order effects. And we do have a standard on the assessment of ICT goods, networks, and services, in particular, relying upon the life cycle assessment. So this is a complement to what ISO has been doing. This document has been jointly developed with ETSI, and a revision has just started to take into account recent developments, to also take into account, in particular, all the dimensions related to reuse, recycling, refurbishment of equipment. And so this is ongoing right now. We have the ICT impact on other sectors, L.1480, and Pernilla will give much more details on that one just after. Assessment of ICT projects. We had also a text on the positive effects of ICT in other sectors, a general overview. And also an organizational perspective, that is to say, when you are a company, how do you assess let's say, your footprint. And corresponding to that, we developed a document, a specific document on ICT sector net zero guidance. So this was developed in particular taking into account the developments from the SBTI that you probably all know, and the Science-Based Target Initiative, also the UNFCCC Race to Zero work, and also the Net Zero Initiative. So I will go to the next one to make a quick focus on the setting of 1.5 degree trajectories for the ICT sector. So the ITUT decided to have a collaborative effort on this. And well, we reached out to several other organizations, GESI, GSMA, the Science-Based Target Initiative, and the International Energy Agency, to develop specific 1.5 degree trajectories for the ICT sectors. So these trajectories, they are available in the document L.1470, again available for free online. And there was a specific guidance for ICT companies setting science-based target that was developed, extracted with the contents, let's say, extracted from L.1470, mainly extracted from there. That was also developed in the cooperation with the same actors, and it provides, let's say, some guidance, detailed guidance on how to set targets for ICT companies, operators in particular, on how to, let's say, decrease their emission at the right speed in order, let's say, to be able to keep with a 1.5 degree trajectory. We see here—
Jean-Manuel?
Yes?
Hi, just a quick reminder, you have used your 10 minutes now, so we need you to conclude so that we can move to Pernilla. Or you have 20 minutes together.
Thank you, Sanit. I'm nearly finished. So 1.5 degree trajectories that you can see here, and we see the 45% reduction that I was mentioning at the beginning. Here are some details on the several steps to decarbonize ICT activities and some examples. You will be able to read that. And I will now immediately give the floor to Pernilla, who will now speak about how to use ICT to reduce other sectors' emission and how we can assess that. So thanks a lot for your attention, and Pernilla, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much, Jean-Manuel, and I will now go into the latest standard that we have been working on, which is about to be approved. So this is about the topic on how to assess the use of ICT to reduce other sectors' emissions. And this is sometimes known under the name of enablement, abatement, and also avoided emissions. So, but we will have a more precise vocabulary, let's say. So what we will provide in this standard is that we will have a structured methodological approach into this. This is a topic, or this is a type of assessment that has already been around for quite some time, but there is a great need for improved consistency, transparency, and comprehensiveness of such assessments. So that is really the mission of this standard. Next, please. And just to give a picture of what we are talking about. So we know there are, when we talk about ICT solutions, that is often referred to as services, but it could also be products. But we see examples in all industries, including the manufacturing industry, in buildings, in transports, with solutions that could have an impact on the greenhouse gas emissions. What we see example here are solutions that are expected to provide some energy reduction, but the standard itself, we should stress that, is referring to, it's neutral to the results. So you can use it whether the outcome is a positive effect on greenhouse gases or a negative effect, because that is of course also important to understand. As Jean-Manuel mentioned, we have to suppress negative impacts and we have to strengthen positive impacts. Next. So to do this kind of assessment, the starting point is that what you would like to do is to understand the effect of a solution. And the way to do that is that you have to compare it with something. And this something would be the situation when the solution is not there. So that means that this is not something you can go out and measure, but this is something that you have to assess, because you have to make a comparison between a situation with the solution and the situation without it, and they cannot exist at the same time. So to provide guidance for this kind of hypothetical scenarios, assessment of such a hypothetical comparison, and to have sufficient rigor and so on, we have in this standard, we are looking at the assessment for different types of situations. So one is to look at a specific use of a solution by a specific user in a specific context, where we can have a high level of quite detailed information on what the usage looked like, and maybe also what the situation would have been without this solution and what it was before the solution was there. Then we look at it. It can also provide guidance to look at this from different scale, because a great interest could be, what would it mean at a city level or in my organization or even at a country level if I would have this solution in place? So that is another type of solution where the details are of course less available, and it's more based on doing scenarios and trying to understand based on typically some case studies and so on, where you get the understanding of how the solution works. And then another popular demand is to, from the perspective of ICT organizations, to find a way to calculate how they have contributed to a solution and to a emission reduction. And important here is that we look at this when we do that. We also try to frame it in a wider context of, and I will come back to that and explain what this higher order effect means. So next. So to have a clear way of talking about these different effects that Jean-Manuel showed you in an earlier slide, we are referring to a set of definitions with a concept called first order effects, second order effects, and higher order effects. And this kind of categorization was established in around 2001. I think the first user of that was an OECD report, and since then it has been popular in research by Hilti and others. So the first order effect is the direct environmental effects associated with the physical existence of the products involved in the services. So that is a full life cycle, which we also refer to as a footprint. The second order effect is the impact which is created by using and applying the ICT. So in our case, so to put this with an example, we have a virtual or a hybrid meeting going on here today. So a second order effect of this meeting is the traveling that do not take place. So for instance, I'm not traveling and Jean-Manuel neither. So we save some carbon there. Then the higher order effects, these are indirect effects, which is other than those that we have already referred to, which occurs through changes in consumption patterns, in lifestyles, and in value systems. And one important category of higher order effects. It's a rebound effect, which is the tendency that if you make something cheaper or more convenient, or time saving, you will use that resource that you saved in another way, and that could sort of prevent some of the effect of it. So in this case, a rebound effect would be, of course, if we are not traveling, but we do another trip to somewhere, for instance, in the perspective of commuting. If you do work from home, but then you realize that you need to go to the shop, that which you would otherwise have picked up your groceries on your way home, that extra journey would then be considered rebound. And the fifth definition that I should mention is the net second order effect. And that is important, that when you calculate those second order effect, the savings due to not traveling, for instance, you also need to consider that that is to some extent counteracted by having the solution in place, the electricity it uses and so on. Often with digital technologies, the first order effects could be comparably small compared to the second order effects, but you need to take them into account. So that's the net second order effect. Okay, next. So when we start to lay out how to work on this topic, there are a lot of different perspectives that take into account that we need to make clear to understand what studies really represent, how results should be interpreted, and so on. So one thing is the time perspective in comparison with the duration of the ICT solution. So if the assessment is done before the solution is available or before the time period which you are interested in, you have the ex ante assessment. Then you of course have a more limited information on the solution, how it's used. Then you can do it at a certain checkpoint during the usage, which would be a midway assessment. And then if the solution has ended, the use of it has ended, then that would be an ex post assessment, which means that you have more information available, of course. Next, so this is an important distinction. We also have established 6 different steps in the assessment methodology. So they are, of course, what we show here is quite high level. We will not have time to go into the details, but it follows the procedure of defining the goals in a clear way, of scoping, and then modeling data calculation and collection and so on. Then you have the interpretation of results, the reporting, and the critical review. So we have a comprehensive way through the assessment flow. What I should mention here is perhaps the scoping. So we talked already about the time perspective. But then we also need, and we talked about the different orders of impact. And in this standard, we see that it's important to have as comprehensive perspective as possible. So we think it's important to consider all of them. But we have established different depths, and I will come back to that in the next slide, but depths of assessment.
Pernilla, sorry to interrupt you. You've used more than your time, so I need you to conclude now. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So we hope, so if you just scroll forward. Next. Okay, we will not go into the depths of assessment, but that is specified in the standard. We have talked about the hypothetical element of this kind of assessments. Next. So we are then at the main takeaways, and if you are curious about this coming standard, then you are very welcome to reach out to Jean-Manuel and myself. But what you should take away from this presentation is that ICT has a double-edged nature. So there are positive and negative impacts, and we need to work on both ends to get the best benefit possible out of it. We have in study group 5 developed a series of recommendations on assessments of environmental impacts and also the trajectories and zero guidance. So please reach out to us if you want to learn more about that. And in particular, the coming L1480 will provide guidance on how to assess the impacts of using ICT solutions from a comprehensive perspective.
Thank you very much, Pernilla. And this was the perfect introduction for the last speaker, Dr. Hans Jakob Walnum, whose work his whole life with environmental sustainability. He's today working at the Western Norway Research Institute, and he's also the author of Rethinking Climate Energy Effect, New Perspective on the Rebound Effect. And this is exactly what you have mentioned earlier and what he is going to talk about today, rebound effect associated with digital technology. Thank you very much, Hans Jakob. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm just trying to put it in presentation mode. So now I think, do you have it in presentation mode?
Yes, we can. No, we have the,
do you have the full,
presenter.
You have the full thing here. Let me see. There is not any possibilities to. Let me see. How do I change this? I don't see this. You
need to exit the presentation mode and then exchange screen and then put presentation mode again.
Let me see. Sorry for this. New share. I don't know whether this doesn't help much, I guess.
So if you go into slideshow and then you remove use presenter view, I think you should be fine.
Yeah, but I don't see this.
You have to click the 3 dots, then you will see it.
The 3 dots, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I just learned the other day.
And there I need to, okay, the 3 dots.
Yeah, just
okay, under there, yeah, under, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, the one before, Schulpräsentationsvisning.
Okay, there.
Yeah, that one, I think.
Thank you. Sorry for this. Yeah, okay. Thank you for the introduction. So I will continue on the previous speaker, which was a very interesting introduction to my presentation, but I think I will reflect on how rebound effects could be understood associated with ICT and digital technologies. And my background is my background is that I've been sorry, it's I have some sound which is going okay. Yeah. My background is that I've been working with sustainability issues for the past 15 years, and I also have been dealing in an article connected to how we could understand rebound effects associated with cloud computing. And I've also touched upon what we found in that article. It's rather old article from 2015, but it's interesting also to see how things have developed since then. But typically, we understand rebound effects in a very simplistic way. So it's typically used in products like transport, and we understand it as when energy efficiency improvements come, you normally reduce the cost of fuel, and as a result of the reduction in the cost of fuel, you have an increase in demand because of the lowering of prices. And also in the case of transport, distances increases. So this is a quite easy and understandable effect called the direct rebound effect, which is easy to grasp. But rebound effects are could be defined as behavioral or systemic responses, and mostly discussed in relation to energy efficiency improvements, but it could also be applied beyond energy efficiency improvement and also for other natural resources, and also connected to climate gases and greenhouse gas emissions or other emissions. Rebound effects is often expressed as the percentage difference between expected savings when we see it from a pure engineering estimate and actual energy use after implementation of an energy efficiency improvement. And of course, an overall rebound effect of 100% in this context means that the expected energy savings are entirely offsets, leading to zero net savings. So to grasp the rebound effect is important when it comes to understand the effect of different policies and implementation of different technologies. And normally we have this discussion difference between the direct rebound effect. So we as consumers buy a new car, which is more fuel efficient than the old. Then we maybe tend to drive more, but then it becomes more interesting maybe to understand the indirect rebound effects. And then it's about money saved, time saved, and how we use that on other energy intensive goods and services. And also a very key issue here, also talking about ICT, is to understand what is the economic wide impacts, what is the society wide impacts associated with the energy efficiency improvement in the first place, and how does that influence economic growth. So basically, we could also think, the last speaker was concerned about this on the consumer levels, but we could think also at the producer level of rebound effects. And we could think about direct at the micro scale, which is the income effect for consumers. So we tend to, when energy savings improvements are made, we could also use we have more money to spend on the same services, but it also could be output for producers, so they can produce more when things become more efficient. And the same also comes when it's the indirect effects, the respending effect for consumers, but also we could think about investments effect for producers. And when it comes really interesting is, of course, how does that involve the economic growth effect there, this efficiency improvement, and how will the sum of the direct and indirect rebound effects be? So this is a key issue, also talking about the ICT. So normally it's at the lower end, which is most studied in the rebound research, where we typically find rebound effects between 10 and 30% for, and also mostly applied connected to transport. But the most interesting area is, of course, the economic wide connections. And when it comes to ICT products, it's becomes very interesting, because then we are talking about it's difficult when it comes to ICT and looking backwards to say that that the social and economic structures remain the same, because the saturation of consumers' needs does perhaps not hold for ICT in the same way as it does for other products. And ICT seems to lead to increased production of goods. And also it to a large degree allows new consumption and production options that you never have seen before. And also this need to go beyond the traditional understanding of rebound effects to grasp the potential energy use, for instance, associated with cloud computing. So basically I could just say that this is an overview of the greenhouse gas emissions associated with cell phones. And normally we cover this through the life cycle, but often neglected. It's just the power which is included in most of the life cycle analysis. But of course, streaming of videos using services in a lot of ways is the most important, is an important aspect with the use of mobile phones today. And it's also important to include how the data centers and the environmental effects associated with that when we also talk about individual use on devices such as smartphones. And adding the data centers to the calculation, streaming of video, we see that potentially we could see an increase in the CO2 equivalent during the lifetime of a cell phone between 35 and 100%. So some sort of doubling it from it was previously. Looking into the rebound effects associated with cloud computing, I could see this systemic dynamic model or mapping. It shows that new demands associated with cloud computing, new possibilities for Netflix, different types of services, especially streaming of videos, and created new demand for data incentive cloud computer services. And this is also give an increase in the functionalities and services associated with cloud computing, which also increase the use of cloud services. But of course, on the other hand, we have had an increase in the efficiency of production processes, and we also have had an increase in efficiency for data centers, which some sort of has contributed to reducing the overall need for energy use associated with data centers. But this shows the complexity associated with the cloud computing services, and also that there are factors that is lowering energy demand, but also that there is factors that is driving energy demand. And understanding ICT, we need to dig into this complex effects. So
Hans Jakob, I need you to conclude now. We are closing on 10 minutes.
Yeah,
thank you.
I'm going to conclude now.
Perfect.
But what we could see is normally when you look at the history of ICT is maybe we see that it leads to wider application in other sectors of the economy and throughout society than what initially foreseen. Of course, it has a potential to reduce, but what we have seen is maybe an increase in energy use and also not a major reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, this transformational effects within the ICT, of course, look at the opportunities offered by this technology. And of course, here is the key question is, how does this influence on innovation, productivity, and economic growth that might lead to economic-wide energy use? So, of course, my conclusion also is that we need to take into account of these rebound effects, and of course, and also this goal steering is of course very important. Also, when it comes to the ICT, this with sustainable production and consumption becomes very, very important, as we could see in the case of the mobile phone, which also we can't just use more and more phone or more and more data from our phones. That will not be sustainable in the long run. But this is complex problems but we also need to set some selling and targets within different sectors, which accounts for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. We are allowed to continue for 5 minutes. So is there any question in the room? Yes, Annick Mageholm. Yes.
Hello. Yeah. My name is Annik Magerholm-Fet, and thank you so much for the nice presentation, both you, the last one, and the previous one. And I see there is these opportunities with the ICT is important to focus on, because when we talk about this, the previous one talked about the impact assessment. And the impact assessment, as we know from LCA, the ISO 14000 standards, it's about the material flows and what kind of impact they have on the environment. But when we talk about the ICT and the impact, we could think about the impact on the physical part of the world, on the environment, for example. And so for me, it's the use of energy during the use phase, but also the infrastructure, as you mentioned here, with the big data storage. And this is discussed also in the previous, or the ISO 14040 standards, about where should we put the cutoff criteria for what should be included of infrastructure or not. And this is still unclear, I think, because, for example, if you look at the impact of the fossil fuel, for example, we don't take the offshore platforms into the LCA studies. And this is something similar. Where do we set the cutoff criteria, and how should we evaluate the other type of impact? For me, the impact from the use of ICT, it's more about how we can improve things, because there is an impact on the environment caused by material flows. Either it could be both positive and negative, but it's mainly the negative impacts we're analyzing. So I think these are some important areas for further research, in fact, and also to clarify what we mean when we talk about the impacts. Now I'm mainly talking about the impact on the environment. So it's just an input to Vestlandsforskning. We could look at this, for example, further. How are we classifying how the different types of impacts, and also what kind of criteria should be used to include infrastructure, for example. So thank you.
Thank you, Annik. Hans Jakob, do you want to answer to that?
Yes, yeah, it's on the important discussion, but yeah, I think it's for policy we need to be aware of this rebound effects. It's not easy to find the policy, but to at the macro scale we need to understand that to assess the real effects of technologies. So I think it's very difficult to sort of map rebound effects, but we should be aware of them, and we should also be aware of that we are talking about this in connection to economic growth or to at the macro scale. So I just want to say that that we should take a proper account of rebound effect in policy framing, and of course the goal should also be to allow for the enabling effect. So and it's a huge potential for ICT when it comes to enabling effect, but that needs to be set in a systemic level and at a system level to avoid rebound effects, and of course the sustainable goals, and for instance the donut economy could help us to set targets that both pushes for the environmental sustainability and on the other hand pushes for social sustainability. So a lot positive is happening at every level, but rebound effects needs to be accounted for. So either as a part of this paradigm in NCA, but it nevertheless should be considered by when we are talking about policy.
Thank you very much, Hans Jacob. I see we have a raised hand from Pernilla in the chat. Do you want to share your question and then we will wrap up?
Okay, yes, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you very much for your very interesting and well-structured presentation of rebound. Rebound could be seen as a waste of efficiency increase. So a key research question and a question for you as well is how could we find ways to minimize rebound so it's not sort of counteracting incentives for necessary efficiency measures, which would be an important task both for policymakers and for the industry. But since you've thought a lot about rebound, do you have any initial thoughts on that?
Yeah, of course, it's maybe the most easiest is to address this direct rebound effects, but I think we need structural changes. So it's the structural changes. So it's when we have policies that allows for structural changes. So if we have a company policy, for instance, that we don't travel any places and that is accepted, some sort of to participate digitally for conferences, and that become a practice all over and accepted, then you are sort of changing the structure in how we attend to conferences. Maybe a bit easier after the COVID, and also when it comes to planning and also the energy sectors, we need to change to renewable, but also very efficient types. So it's the structural changes that allow us to have good decisions. But if we have a business as usual, then it's and we implement also technologies and so on, then it's then I think there is more prone to rebound effects.
Thank you very much, and I think we will conclude on that. I think this discussion is also very interesting and bringing a lot of questions. So if you want, you can also answer, the panelists can answer the question that have been raised for them in the chat. And I think it's also opening the door for the next research part for ITU on the rebound effect. With this, we're going to conclude session 2, going into a lunch break. And I invite everyone to come back for 1:30 sharp. We're looking forward to continue the discussion with the session 3. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody's had a good lunch break and is ready for the next part of the session. As you all know, we are now in the concluding part of this focus group. And in the concluding part, a number of you who've been taking part in this focus group have seen a number of times us talking about data and showing technology and showing the connection between data and technology and how it can all be used. Today, what we want to do is actually take that one step further and actually show it in real life usage and show how we can start to bring out and start to touch upon how this is going to have a value in actually pushing towards those sustainable goals we want to get to. So this session here, session 3, is visualization and simulation tools for smart, sustainable cities. So we're focusing on cities, but we're starting to talk to, and we're going to bring in a number of people we've worked with and a number of people we know who are starting to see how this tech can really help us and how the data can really help us to move forward. We have a great pleasure, first of all, to welcome Tom. Tom is representing Telia, which is probably very well known to all of you in the ITU. And we've had the absolute incredible pleasure to work with Telia with different projects in the past and actually take in data and work through with things. Telia is the largest of the telcos in the Nordics and Baltic area, is that correct? And I think here in Norway, it's in probably second, but it's largest in the whole area in total. So with that, I'm going to pass over to Tom, who's going to take the keynote speech. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Joel, and also thank you for having me here today. Starting off with a small video. What you just saw now was basically a summary of the last 2.5 years in 30 seconds for me working with location data, or what we call Telecrowd Insight. Because these locations and these insights based on an anonymized and aggregated mobile network help municipalities, public health agencies, and governments across the Nordic to really look at how people behavior changed in different phases in pandemic, and how people adhere to the restrictions. This got a widespread in media, so maybe you guys have heard about it, but it can be pretty hard to get a full grip of it. And as I am here today, I will try to explain for you a bit more on these insights. I will also drill down in some of the use cases. First, some knowledge about Telia and the innovation unit, Division X. So Telia, it's familiar for all of you. It's a big family with a proud history and a challenging culture. This is some of the brands. We have a promises to both the society and to the customers. Great quality experience, all in one place, best personal service, and also driving force for sustainability. So who we actually are, an enterprising but caring friend who simplifies your life. We build Nor 5G. For the customers, it means speed, capacity, latency, enterprise mobile network. But for the society, it's all about energy optimizing, IoT, new jobs, and also digitalization. So over to the innovation unit called Division X. We aim for exploring, building and commercializing, and scale emerging businesses. So this is the area we are focused on. It's the Internet of Things, digital life, and data insights where I'm coming from, and the X Labs, which is early adoptions. So our starting point is the digital infrastructure, and it's quite impressive with more than 16 million subscribers across Nordic and Baltics. Whenever a mobile device operates in a given area, they automatically generate a piece of network data. On average, each mobile phone generates about 300 to 400 pings a day. And that means around 500 million location elements every day in the Nordic and Baltics. A lot of insights. But before we can do anything with this data, we need to make sure that we keep the privacy for each individual. So we go a great length to protect it. So before we extract anything about the data, we remove any identifiable personal data. So it is only a data string where we can look at the telephone number, but we bring a long string to all of it, make sure that it's never less than a group of 5 devices. And extract it in a way that you can't be reconstituted in any way. This is an EU legislation. We have in EU we have a stamp of that this data it's not going to be identified as an individual information. So when it anonymized, when it's aggregated, these unique data sets can be used for location crowds between move between during a day. So if you look at this type of maps, we can see where they come from and where they go next. We can know which time of the time of the day they are doing their activity and what's happened next. We can also look at the history because we have the history back to January 2019. So we can look through the whole pandemic and see whether the restriction was held or not. So we can both look at the movement patterns on daily basis all the time, but we can also compare it with what's happened last year or the year after, the year before. So, and we can also, of course, include this with the other type of data sources, such as demographics or other type that is today making this possible. When it comes to the UN Sustainable Goals, we're also very busy with those, and Telia has a very focus on special point 9, 11, 13, and 17. All of them really are something that Telia is really taking care of. I will bring you into some kind of products and some kind of use cases that we are now developing. One is insight with the CO2 emissions, and that's from the CO2 from the personal transport. So transport accounts for around one fifth of the global carbon dioxide emissions. And almost half of that come from the personal transport. So by measuring the accumulated emission from the transport and the specific areas, decision action can be more specific and easy to take. We do also work with the Paris Agreement. So to limit the global warming, as we have talked about it today. We also do the Fit 55. Puts more focus on the emission on the road transport itself. So the public entities are required to annually report on the greenhouse gases from the 15th of April. So what do? We do travel patterns in selected regions week by week. We can look at the sources of the traffic. We can also do the split of the transport, that we can see walking, pedestrians, we can see car traffic, and we can see public transport. And that makes us enabled to really compare current emission to the goal of the carbon law. We can also simulate if it's really the actions they take has an effect. And we can also target a list of destinations which has higher CO2 footprint than others. So you actually can use that list to target it better. Another development has been during the last couple of years is something called MobTrans. That's a tool that has been developed by Telia and Ramboll, which Ramboll is an international consultancy company. It's used for the transport analysis and also land use planning. And the project was funded by the National Public Road Administration and Innlandet, which is a county in Norway. And the pilot project was for Lillehammer municipality. Later has been used in Gjøvik, has been used in Tønsberg, has been used in Arendal. Those are success cases that is also public. So for you that is interested of reading about that cases, it's I could send you information. What we do here is that we use the mobile data in the model to look at the trips between areas and between zones in different time periods and different types of trips. So you have the working trips, you have the other type of trips that is other than the work or home, typically trips. We also use this model, as we explained earlier, about the mode usage. Bring that into the same usage. So MobTrans performs then an algorithm which combines this data and bring out the result. So the other data sources that is to mention for this model is also the National Travel Survey. is regional transportation models, and is the Norwegian road database. Example of use cases, the mapping traffic flows, route choice and selected link, land use planning, so the municipality can better find out where should they plan for new buildings. And that's also based upon the CO2 emission. Because with this data, you can get, first of all, an overall understanding of the transportation flows. So in this case, we have set, for example, Tønsberg as the destination, and look at this is the origin. So where do all the destination from the origin Tønsberg goes to? We can also look at those that doesn't come to Tønsberg or leave from Tønsberg, just go through. That is also important to know, because you don't want to have the total footprint of the traffic. You can also use it to really test it against the physical sensors that the road administration put into the roads. This shows the quality of the mobile network data. It's just a few percentage errors in our data towards the fact, the concrete physical sensors on the roads. You can also look at the traffic during the day, so you know where the most of the heavy traffic is at a certain point. And you can also understand from a land use perspective, where should they build for the future to make sure that the emission is as low as possible. Because that's all about also the functions of the area. Are they self-independent when it comes to having all the services that's needed for an area? That's typically things they just measure when they do this kind of land planning cases. And in this case, it's Tolvsrød, a smaller place, which is an industry place. That was the destination we want to look at. And we saw that approximately most of the traffic goes either to Tønsberg or down to Nøtterøy in this case. Rest is smaller piece of the traffic. So, and this is also another perspective of the same use case. The last is the land use planning. As you can see now, if they plan to build a lot in the north part where you have the red and the yellow colors, these areas will make a lot of CO2 emission. If you build more closer to the blue lines, blue areas here, they already are in line with the services, and therefore it will be lower CO2 emissions. If they're going to build it more in the north part, then they make sure that the most important services need to be close by. So just in conclusion, the mobile data can, in fact, today replace the natural travel survey. When properly processed with the comparable sources, the mobile data offers a unique insight. Mobile data also is a superior alternatives to traditional service for transportation flows. Mobile data is also especially suited for mapping the travel flows and within the city's area. Giving the detailed resolution, the mobile data help the municipality to understand how people in the municipality travel. This in turn can help them make more sustainable choices on land use and transport planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. It's really good to actually see data in action. It's really good to see this in a commercial perspective, really being used and actually making results and being able to help people to make better decisions from a financial perspective, but also from a sustainable perspective. We're going to hold our questions and take them at the end. So do write down your questions, or you can put them in the chat group and we will bring them up at the end. We're going to go straight over to our next speaker. So Børge is going to be our next speaker. He joins us, and again, he has a unique perspective linking together the working in industry, but also within a particularly high-level understanding from the academic side, and been working lots of the parts from the academic side. I have to be very open and honest. He is sitting across the road from us, in the building across the road from us, and actually to this day, I haven't managed to get to work together with him. So we're very much looking forward and hope this will be a part of a relationship where we can be working tighter together with him through the NTNU process and what they're doing there. But the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Can we bring up the slides, please?
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. So I'm Børge Heggen Johansen, and as Joel said in the introduction, I work across the road at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. I have a part-time position there, as well as I have a position also at a local consultancy, and a position in the Norwegian EPD Foundation, which is the coordinating unit for environmental product declarations, which I am going to talk about here today, which is the standard for quantification and communication of life cycle product environmental information. So how do we explain what we mean with life cycle product environmental information? Well, you can look at the behind of the cereal box or the milk carton or whatever type of food product you want to purchase. There you look at the nutrition facts. And somebody may be worried about carbs, so you look at the nutrition facts. Okay, how much carbs are here? Okay. Similarly, when you are buying products, if you are a municipality who wants to build a new school, or if you are a contractor who wants to decide which supplier of concrete you want to choose, then you look at the environmental facts of the product. And the environmental fact of products is defined in a standard, which it's called Environmental Product Declarations, which gives you the LCA results, life cycle assessment, the LCA results of products, where you can read, for example, GWP total, which is then the global warming potential of the product, which is then the carbon footprint of the product. So in the same way that you look at the nutrition facts on the food you purchase, you can look at the environmental facts of the products you purchase. So what is a life cycle assessment? Basically, in short terms, a life cycle assessment is an accounting of all of the inputs and outputs that you need in order to produce a product. So normally I do lectures on this and you take a whole course for the whole semester, but that's the lecture for that topic right now. So basically you just go through all the elements that you need in order to make a product throughout its whole life cycle. And then based on a lot of standards mentioned in this pyramid here, you calculate a lot of environmental information about the product. For example, the carbon footprint of a product, among many other environmental indicators as well. And then you communicate it through EPD, which you see on the left of the screen, on an example from a local building industry manufacturer, which have made their environmental product declaration. So you calculate this information, and this information comes in a lot of formats. You can have a LCA report, which is about at least 30 pages, or you can have it in a EPD, which is at least 10 pages. But basically, you are looking for the data, and you want to use the data. And that's the whole purpose of this thing. The purpose is not the report or the EPD. And the data is also secondary here. The important thing here is that you can use this data, that this data is making meaning for you as a decision maker, that it's available to you as a decision maker, and that you can use this data to do decisions, right? Because in the end, we want to save the world, everybody, and then we need to have the right information to do the correct choices. So, you know, when the public procurement are using EPDs today, they ask in their tenders, please attach the EPD together with the price in the tender. And then they read through the EPDs from page to page and try to find the values and make some assessment of it. And also, if a contractor are going to make a LCA of a whole building, then they take a EPD, they take the numbers, they punch the numbers into an Excel sheet and try to make an assessment on how much the environmental impact of the whole building will be. But, you know, punching numbers is not really, you know, creating that much value. And, you know, with the ICT world, that shouldn't really be necessary. So the data needs to flow more effortlessly between the places where the data is created and where the data is used. So therefore, EPD Norway and PDT Norway and the Norwegian building building material industry and the Norwegian Confederation of Enterprise and some other organizations are working now on a pilot project where the whole value stream of data from where the life cycle data is produced, doing the life cycle assessment, making the EPD, where this information is then made available digital and also made available digital in a machine readable format, which is defined then in the ISO 22057 standard, which is making it possible to take the EPD information into a format which it can be used in BIM. But in order to make it in BIM, you have to have the right IFC formats, and you have to have a communication between all of these places. So you need a lot of APIs which need to talk with each other. And you need a lot of, you need basically a lot of cooperation in order to make this work, and you need standardization. So that is really what I want to communicate here, that we need to have a lot of collaboration, and we need to have standardization on how the data is communicated and made, and also made available for others. So we can do what we want to do, which is to get the right information on how to do the best assessment for the environment and for sustainability. So thank you again for inviting me, and I will look forward for the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. That was a perfect transition, and really showing you how, again, data has got the opportunity in this stage. And I think we're just showing in that the opportunity it has. We're not quite there in some of the phases you saw at the end, but how people can be using that data to make much better decisions and understand the process and how to move things forward. We are again holding questions to the end, but we're going to move on directly to our next presenter, our next speaker. And this is Kristin, who is from my team. And actually, rather than me presenting and showing you the ideas of what's going on with the digital twins, what we want to do today is to show you a real project, a real live project which is happening here and now and in process, where data and the digital tools which we have through visualization and through simulation is actually being used to make decisions and to really speed up time. And in speeding up time here, we're not just looking at making things happen faster, but if we can make things happen faster, we can also make the transition to the Sustainable Development Goals happen faster. So with that, over to you.
Thank you. Can we bring on the presentation? Thank you. All right, I'm going to present to you a case in urban planning, and it ties very well together with things that have been discussed here already, with data standardization, availability of data, etc. Just a little bit about me. I joined Augment City 3 months ago, and it's been an awesome travel, I would say, this far. I think us creating the digital twin will make such a big difference. It will tie together a lot of the challenges we see in the environment, getting to the SDGs as fast as we can. I come from the private sector. I've been a consultant with PwC for my whole career before this, so it was about time to change. Also, just to, I have a master's in system dynamics, so I've been building a lot of simulation models in my career. So now going over to digital twins is really, it's great. All right, so first of all, so it seems like, I was going to show video. Okay, sorry, I changed the order. Well, what is a digital twin? You might have heard of it, you might know what it is, but not all of you. Machines, as we know, are really, really good at processing data, huge amounts of data. We've just seen, the architecture and standardization, or lack of standardization rather, from the previous presentations here. But they're not as creative as humans. And humans, on the other side, are really, really good at assessing risk, understanding, conceptualizing. So bringing those things together is what we think will bring value. And that's where the digital twin comes in. It's about bridging machines and humans and creating value that way. Another argument for using a digital twin is about understanding the data. We see in all these processes, all the things we're working with, that we are processing a lot of information, a lot of data, but visualizing the data is so much more efficient. Actually, a human can understand data in a visual perspective 60,000 times faster when you see it in a visual compared to a written format. And that's an argument itself in visualizing more things. So that's what we have to start doing. Another thing that has been, said here already is that standardizing data is important. We have a lot of data. I've been working on so many projects in my previous career where I see both private and public sector having what I call a graveyard of data. It doesn't help anyone, right? You need to structurize it. You need to standardize it. You need to conceptualize it. And that's what we do in a digital twin, trying to get a standard on all these data and get us to the SDGs faster. All right, so here comes my video. So this is a little bit to show you the project or the case I'm going to present today. This is Oslo. This is what you see here is all the data that we put into the digital twin. So you see it's massive. It's a lot of information. We also have information about, the population in Oslo, workforce, businesses, a lot of things. How do you understand all these things? When you're making decisions, when you're doing urban city planning, can you take all these data into account when making good decisions? My guess is not. So therefore, we have the digital twins to help us understanding all these things. So all just examples of things coming into where we can visualize. And we've also been looking at mobile or traffic analysis previously here with Telia. We can also do that same thing. So I think we have, a lot of things in comparison here, which is really good. Looking at the traffic, looking at the sun shade analysis, if you're doing urban planning, looking at noise levels along roads, a lot of things that decision makers have to take into account when they're planning a new city. So the case today is, it's called Hovinbyen. I didn't really have it. Well, you can see it here in the glowing circle around. Hovinbyen is a big, big area, just as far from the city center of Oslo as Majorstua. But there is not really a lot of people up here because there is a lot of barriers currently. And because the population in Oslo is increasing, they need to start developing this area. They need to find a way to put more people closer to the city center. The problem, though, is that the municipality planning this new urban area, they have a lot of developers coming in, and they see the development going in different directions. In addition, there is all these data that emerges in line with the urban planning, like you just saw, and it's really difficult to put all this into context. So what we're trying to achieve with this project is to standardize some of the information that we get from all of this, and also get to the decisions faster. I'm going to come back to that. Another challenge that we've been looking into is that a urban planning or a regulation process in Oslo currently takes approximately 5.5 years. It used to take 1.5 to 2 to 3 years. Now it's 5.5. And this project is actually looking at 7 years. That's a long period of time on making decisions. It's a lot of data being, exchanged in the process. It's a lot of stakeholders involved. Data are getting outdated in the process because it's so long. So that's a really big challenge for them. And actually, one of the employees that we have been working with said this himself. Well, actually, in order to get started on a urban planning process, you need to read 2,500 pages of written documentation. And if you remember, that's 60,000 times more slow than looking at it in a visual manner. So our goals or the objective in this project is to reduce time, increase sustainability in the urban planning, make sure that we have a better collaboration among the stakeholders. There are so many of them involved in these 7 years. And then make sure we create urban planning that is better for businesses, climate, and the environment. We have delivered our digital twin. I'm going to show a video after a little bit about how the concept works so you can see it in a better way. We have developed some functionality that not only ties to this project, but for our digital twin business overall. We're testing the digital twin in this project through some pilots to prove the concept. How does the digital twin really fit into this urban planning process? How do we improve time? How do we get to the sustainable development goals faster? And we have the digital twin, I also have to mention, it's accessible through cloud. So we have had people from the municipality being trained and can use and operate the digital twin themselves. I'm going to spend a lot of time on this. No, just kidding. Sorry. It's a detailed but overall map of the planning process. There are a lot of process steps, a lot of stakeholders, a lot of information, meetings, back and forth. Each step takes at least a year, and then the middle process takes, on average, 2.5 years, 2 to 3 years. For this project, more than 4 to 5 years. So the thing is, it's all scattered. It's so many different people involved, and it's a lot of documentation in so many different standards and formats. So it's everyone I've been talking to about this process says it's a mess. We don't really understand it ourselves. And in addition, we have added additional steps to the process, which makes it more complex. So it's a lot of things, and we have identified pain points all across this process, but especially on the timing and especially on the data provided and required for each step. So I'm not going to go through the pilots either, because I could, but I don't have the time. But looking at the pilots, it really ties to our pain points that we identified in the urban planning process. We look at how buildings are developed. How do you look through on different initiatives? How can we provide a better analysis to understand the area as it is today and how it's going to be developed in the future? We'll look at the social infrastructure, and we'll look at the mobility. So basically, we found a lot of, like I said, improvement potential using a digital twin in the urban planning process. First of all, if we have one visual platform, one place to collaborate, or a collaboration tool among the stakeholders, it's a lot better than having 2, 3, 4, 10, a lot of the tools that they have today. We can reduce time if we create one analysis in the digital twin. You can have that across the whole process. Instead, they are looking at creating documents, creating analysis that are already outdated because the process is so long. And obviously, it's real-time data, so it's updated as you go. It doesn't get outdated because the process is so long. So really, a digital twin in an urban planning process could help on reducing time, getting to the SDGs a lot faster than we see today. I'm going to finish up by showing a video. Oh, I have to click one more time. So this is more on the conceptual stage, explaining what we're doing in the area. And you see it's a huge area that is being developed. It's a lot of people that will move to this new area. And the plan is to have it's going to be a sustainable green area, low CO2 emissions, having a lot of park recreation areas for the new people moving there. And like you can see, we can easily import buildings, understand a footprint, a volume, and then a complete model or a complete building from or different stages in the planning process. You can see how it looks in the environment that we're developing. Zoom in, zoom out, walk through the streets, see it from a bird's perspective. And then, of course, adding a lot more green area than they currently have. And what we also do is, testing all these scenarios, testing all the different alternatives that different developers, different initiative takers have in this process. And it's a lot of them. So this is just, you see exemplification of stuff we can do in the digital twin, running scenarios, easy, compare, look at different results, and then you have a really robust tool for the urban planning compared to what they have today. All these analyses would currently be provided from different experts on different areas. And now we have it all in one platform. So we really hope and think this is going to be a game changer in the urban planning. All right.
Super. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
So there we were able to actually see how this data is being used, and it was a real objective that we wanted to show in these a couple of years we've been working through this, how we can take things from being just ideas and being data, and how we can actually show how this data can help to make decision makers make the right decisions. So we've heard from different companies, we've heard from academics. What we're going to go to next is we're going to hear directly from a decision maker. So not somebody who actually has any real deep knowledge of the data, but somebody who wants to be able to use data to make decisions. So we're going to pass over and we're going to look at a project here in the city of Ålesund. So we're going to pass over, and Terje Devold, I see you're on the line. Would you like to take the floor and tell a little bit about the project you've been working with? Thank you.
I'm happy to, Joel. Thank you for inviting me. If I could use the share screen function instead of the presentation I forwarded yesterday, that would be good. I'll try it. Yeah.
Please go ahead and share the screen yourself. That's perfect.
Thanks. Let's try to see it. I'm not used to Zoom. I'm a team man. So are you now looking and there is a conflict?
Yes, we're seeing it in normal mode now, yes.
Okay. Oh, I don't. Let's see how I do this. Sorry for the challenges. I'm a digital dyslexian.
Did you do it in presentation mode?
Anyone knows what I'm going to do here?
Can you go into presentation mode? Down at the bottom where you press the one which looks like a screen, very bottom right icon, I think. Yeah, there, that one of which you're...
See, the computer is fighting now. That's okay. Well, just let me start when things hopefully is working. We are a local company. I'm representing a local investor trying to make a project just south of Ålesund city center, which constitutes a gondola, a new gondola, up to the mountain area, just across the fjord from Ålesund city center. And this is unfortunately a bit controversial project because two things mainly. We are passing a residential area with a gondola line, And we are, of course, going into a mountain area where people are, quite a number of people are happy with trying to do it, and quite a number of people are afraid that this will be negative for the use of the mountain for local people. So this is the objective. We try to create a new tourist project from fjord to mountain peak. We try to give new life to an old textile factory, which has been redone to a shopping area and cultural area for the last years. And we are now trying to make more jobs and more economic growth in this part of the region. I still can't see what you're seeing actually, so it's...
I think they're playing your last presentation for you, but please go ahead because people are seeing some images of what's going forward. So I think they're playing the presentation, your earlier presentation, which was sent over. Is
okay. Okay. It's let's see. Windows is still Windows, and hardly sometime. What we did, we saw the problem occurring as we presented the first project. And at once we saw, let me try. We saw we needed some visual equipment to show people how this would look. What we did was we went into Augment City and asked if it was possible to make a digital twin out of this project. And they confirmed it was. I'll try again. I really don't know what you're seeing now. The first we did was that Augment City built the whole gondola line for us over the residential area, up the forest, up to the peak mountain. Then we invited around 60 neighbors to join us at Augment City in their simulator to see how this would affect their private houses and gardens. And the really good part of this was that we could actually bring them down in their own garden, in their own living room, looking at the gondola line, assessing how this would impact their life and their private property. We also brought in the decision makers, that is the politicians and the planning people from the local community. And everybody saw that by small grips, small changes, we could make this happen. One of the practical things we did was actually that we went to the suppliers of gondolas. It's actually a duopoly in Europe, two large suppliers, and asked is it possible to make a frosting of the windows on the gondola when they pass the residential areas. And so after some work, one of them returned and said, yep, we have it. We just done it. We did it in Austria. We can do it for you. That means when the gondola leaves the bottom station, most of the windows will be frosted. And as they pass the last residential building, the frosting will disappear and you have the nature fully and whole. The same we have with state legislation and state administration that is looking into to keep the natural environment. We bring them into the simulator in 360 degrees view, and we bring them around the mountain to see what visual impact this project will have for people enjoying free life and nature. And as more we work with the top station, which actually is a restaurant building with 500 seatings, the architects was able to put it down in the ground, to cling it around the mountaintop, so it's not very visible from other parts of the mountain. Without this digital twin, we would probably have used, I don't know, hundreds of 2D drawings and sketches and different kind of illustrations and measurements to try to visualize how this would impact the local life and the nature life in this area. Now we can order 1 hour time in the simulator, show them the digital twin. We can go in and adjust the heights of the towers, the number of gondolas, the buildings, the different buildings we are aiming to build within next year, and see the effect of the input we get. So it's a practical tool for us to minimize conflicts and optimize the project as such. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been really good. I'm sorry you had some problems with your presentation, but actually from our perspective, that's made somehow the story even stronger. The fact that you yourself said that you're a digital dyslexic, for us is so interesting because of what we're showing is that actually data here, very, very complex data, very difficult data is being put together in a way that anybody can understand and anybody can use. And that's what we really want to show, that we're getting to a stage now that this data can have huge value in the decision-making process. So thank you very much for Terry, and I hope you hold on the line for a little bit for some questions at the end if there are questions. So thank you for that. So next, we're going up to the very north of Norway, one of the cities right at the north of Norway border, and we're going to have Tor, who works for the commune up there, and he has been using the digital twin, putting in all of the data himself. We have just given him the product, and he's filled it up, and he's been using it to help design and help make decisions for how the city is and how the city can be going forward in the future. So Tor, are you on the line?
I'm online. Can you hear me loud and clear?
We can hear you loud and clear. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me just try to share my screen here. There we go. You can see my presentation.
Yes,
so
super.
Yeah, very good. I decided to call this presentation How to Use Visualization for Sustainability. And I'm going to try to show you some example on how we use visualization in general, and also supported by Augment City software to do decisions or to do actions to increase the way we're doing city planning in a sustainable way. My name is Tor Gausmel Christensen. I manage a couple of research and development projects. One of them being City Loops. The City Loops is a Horizon 2020 funded project, and it's the most important project for my sake. I will tell you a little more about that. I will try to speak fast because I know that we're behind schedule. So let's just go ahead. Just short the background of what's happening in Bodø. A new airport is to be built. A military airport is to be moved to another location in Norway. And when all that is done, a lot of space is freed for us to build a new part of the city. And we want to build a new part of the city in a sustainable way as possible and make informed decisions. And we aim to use, or we're using visualization to help us do the planning and make scenarios, helping us, assisting us to do informed decisions. Yeah, we have a lot of different projects in order for us to reach these goals. Not going to go through every one. I just wanted to show you how some of our projects are related to the UN's sustainability goals. I'm going, however, to tell you more about City Loops. City Loops is the project that I'm using most of my time on. It's a Horizon 2020 funded project. We're located in 7 cities in the EU. We have different types of projects, but we have the same goal, and that is to use technology and innovation for sustainability. And we're divided into 3 phases. It's a research and development phase. It's the demonstration phase where we're testing the research and development. And it's the replication phase where we're trying to make available some of the methods that we've been a part of developing in the project. And we're testing these things in the new city, new airport project that I briefly described for you. So what we do in City Loops, we try to make informed decision using visualization. We do a lot of other things that's only semi-relevant for today's theme, but I think that the citizen involvement part is very relevant to today's theme. And then we can, at another location, I can elaborate more on how we're working with green procurement and data banks for reused materials and so on. Why digitalization? Well, to make these kinds of reports, this is an Excel sheet with that exemplifies the quality of the soil on the area that we're doing city development on now. This is a report that we got from a geotechnical company, and it's a really good report, but we want to understand it better. So we've tried to we use visualization to make this look like this, for example. This is before we've moved things up in Augment City, but this is an example of how we started interpreting that data. This Power BI dashboard that we see in front of us now contains the exact same information as this Excel sheet that has hundreds of thousands of rows with data. Here we can go into detail and get a qualitative description of what's going on and the degree of pollution, where it lies underneath the surface, and so on. Or we use visualization to make this kind of information look like what I'm about to show you here. In this specific case, this is just an example of how I've been working with data and visualization. I gathered a lot of data about the distribution of the level of education with the inhabitants here in Bodø, and also their net worth, and also the age distribution, and also the level of income on everyone in Bodø. So yeah, I gathered this data. I'm showing this data just to showcase how we've lately been trying to work also with socio-demographic data. So now we're in the digital twin, and I've summarized this data in these kinds of lollipops that gives us information in the digital twin. This Excel sheet that I showed to you was I think it was 10,000 rows of data, and now we've summarized that data in these kinds of lollipops that gives us overall, in this case, impression on how the different areas, or let's call it neighborhoods, how the inhabitants in different neighborhoods in Bodø are compared to an average. So again, this in socio-demographic data that I've gathered, we can do a lot with that data. This is just an example. This is just an overall example where we can see these values of income and net worth and age and level of education in comparison to average. Maybe we can use this information for city planning purposes to see how things are functioning, where maybe it might be a need for the municipality, which I'm representing, can do some facilitate for the people that lives here. I'm just going to jump a little now since we have limited time. Yeah, you can see these borders here, the red borders here. They're representing these grunnkretser. Grunnkrets is sort of like a neighborhood. And also I populated this data with some pins that gives us an indication on where the municipal homes are. So in this case, we can try to see if there's some correlations between the data that I gathered and the intensity, let's call it the intensity of municipal homes. Maybe there's a correlation between the degree of municipal homes and these values. again, I'm just showcasing things. This is just an example of how we can just put a lot of data into this map and see if there's some correlations that we didn't think of before. And I've mainly worked with public data, but what I experience is that when I gather a lot of public data, can you still hear me? Yeah. One might reveal things that shouldn't be revealed. So I think that data sensitivity is kind of important when we're working with these tools. Yeah, just wanted to show you briefly this. This is not from Augment City again. This is Power BI. I would really love to see if we could do calculations and stuff in Augment City as well, because in this case, the size of the bubbles represents the amount of people from 65 to 74 years old that lives in Bodø, and they're doing just fine. But maybe in like 20 or 30 years, the municipality should facilitate for them in some way, because they're getting maybe less mobile when they're 90 to 100 years old. So again, this is information that we can use in city planning purposes and thinking forward. I do hear some sounds from you guys now, I think. Okay. Yeah.
We're running short on time, but it's great. Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. Again, visualization. We had this project with Augment City where we tried to visualize the different kinds of scenarios on how the sea level rise would affect the different areas in Bodø. And we don't have time to look the whole video. Again, yeah, this is soil quality from this Excel sheet that I showed to you. This is now represented in the digital twin. Again, visualization. We work a lot with BIM models in order to make scenarios on how shelters, for example, could be demolished in a way that enables the reuse of the components in the shelters. We used it for citizen involvement purposes. We had an interpretation of some inputs that we had from the citizens, and we tried to build the city in the digital twin and showcased how that will look. Furthermore, I work in a research project. We tried to get new information that maybe haven't been gathered before. So now we're doing a materials stock analysis. We're gathering information about what kind of materials go in Bodø, what goes out, and how does materials circulate in Bodø in order for us to calculate the level of circulation of materials in Bodø. And this is something that we also are trying to visualize in Augment City. Thank you.
Very good to see how these tools are being used in real life and in real projects. So that finishes the presentations from our panel, and we have just 10 minutes before we need to conclude. So we're going to open up to questions. I see there's a question in the group, in the chat, which I'll bring up. I also have some questions I would like to pose to the panel if we've got time. But if you also want to think about questions, we'll be very open. But I'm going to start off with a question from Dimitri, which is actually focused directly to Kristen. Do we know the penetration degree of digital twins in the urban planning initiatives? And second question, have municipalities in Norway enough legal power and regulative sufficiency so that, for example, new traffic regulations are introduced or new land uses are refused or modified? Thank you in advance.
Oh, is it working? Yeah, good. I'll take the second one first. So in terms of collaboration with traffic, or the legal traffic department, it was just such a long question. Apologies. Well, I guess what we have to do here is challenge the process and disrupt the status quo, right? So we have the different stakeholders from the traffic department, from the traffic planning involved in this project. That being said, I guess starting out with Oslo would be just a good example of challenging that, because it's the biggest city in Norway. We're not there yet. This is a pilot project, but I think that's our goal, like I said, to challenge what we have currently. And then the first question, sorry.
Is what degree of penetration is digital twins now being used in urban planning within Norway?
Oh, so for this, yeah, so we're doing it in Oslo, we're doing it in Ålesund, we're doing it in Stavanger. We have quite a few cities where we're doing it, with Bodø. So I guess we're getting there. We just started, and we're going to take the whole market, I guess is the answer.
Yeah, I think the answer there is it's still very early days, but it is showing to be disruptive, and it's showing already to have real return on investment. And I don't just mean from a money perspective, but I also mean from a sustainability perspective and a speed perspective. So I think it's showing to have value, but it's still early days. And I think that leads very, very well into the question I would like to pose to everybody on the panel here, and anybody can answer this. But simulation, visualization, artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, all of these are buzzwords we hear all the time. And we've been discussing these for years. But the truth is, how much are we actually seeing these being adopted, and how much are we actually seeing value of these in real world scenarios? And what is it which is stopping them from being adopted more? Tom, I think I'm going to pose that question to you first of all, as you're hands-on with this day in, day out.
One example for showing that concrete is, for example, Hamar station, where the politics and the people in Hamar was having a kind of discussion over many years if they should move the station from the western part of Hamar to the eastern part of Hamar. What this was a lack of was the information and the data behind that kind of movement. So move actually the station. What an insight with mobile network data give them is that if they moved, they will reduce 70% of the people using today's station. So and it also contain billions of costs to in fact move it. So that was end of that kind of discussion.
Thank you very much. Very, very good feedback and a really good real life scenario. Borge, you've shown a lot of data today, and you've been talking about it, and it's been quite obvious that so far that you showed the problems with taking it into BIM. What do you think is really the issues? Is it lack of standardization, or what are the issues that this isn't being used more and more?
Well, I think it is firstly the penetration of the use of making this sort of documentation. But now, as that has come a long way, and most are starting to implement this, then it is the standardization of the data and the ease of flow of data between the different users of life cycle assessment based environmental data. So I think there are enormous opportunities for including this also in platforms like the Augment City framework, where you can see the amount of embodied carbon in the building complex. So there are some very interesting opportunities for the future, and also with regards to the reuse of building materials, which is a total necessity in order to achieve the circularity and sustainability goals within the built environment.
Thank you very much. An optimistic outlook there, so let's hope so. Terry, are you still on the line with us?
I am, Joe.
So I want to ask you the question in slightly another way. You said yourself that this isn't something that you're accustomed to using. You very much have been a first mover in using this, and you've made that decision to go and use technologies like this. What do you think is holding back other people in using more of these technologies in the future? What led you to decide to do this, and what do you think would help to make other people to embrace more of these sorts of technologies and solutions?
Well, I think knowledge, first of all. We are a project company working with limited resources to make a rather large project in this area. And thanks to the locality between Augment City and the investor, we are living 5 minutes apart from each other. It was easy to go into a discussion with Augment City, who had that tool. If you have been situated in another country or in another city in Norway, we wouldn't have known about you. That's the major problem. We have to know that the tools exist. The other part was that we saw we were going into an area full of conflicts, and we needed the good visualization tools to present for local authorities to tell them this is actually one-to-one what we want to build. Not animation film, which we also have, which is more a marketing tool, but the real one-to-one presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Very good feedback. So we've actually got a question from the chat. So Tor, I'm going to throw this question at you, but if you struggle, then you can throw it back and we can see if other people want to answer as well. This is from Miss Lee from the Chunbuk National University. For the social longer-term urban planning, could you make decisions making by running dynamic simulations based on scenarios reflecting natural and social economic tendencies? So that's quite a tough question, Tor, but do you want to have a go?
Yeah, there is different kinds of tools that you could use to calculate these things, I believe. We've actually been in contact with some actors that work with agent-based modeling. Agent-based modeling is when you make a hypothetical model of every inhabitant in a city, for example, based on the data you've gathered about that city, and then you can make scenarios. What happens if there's some new facilities for these individual inhabitants? What happens if a huge company is establishing itself in a part in a new city? What happens if suddenly a lot of space is freed and a lot of a new part of the city, that's exactly our case in Bodø, is made available for the inhabitants? So yeah, I'm not sure if I'm answering the question correctly now, but it's certainly something that we're looking into. And when we are trying to calculate these social effects on how our city planning will affect the inhabitants here, we try to do it in a data-based and informed way. And we aim to use, or we are already actually using Augment City to visualize some of the scenarios.
Thank you very much, Tor. I think we're running short on time, so I'm going to just try and conclude, and then we'll take a coffee break and then go over to our fourth and final session for today. First of all, I want to thank all of the panelists today for taking the time and being with us today and showing how these emerging technologies, how artificial intelligence and other technologies, including simulation and everything else we've seen today, is actually being taken into real use and is starting to make a difference. I sit here and I feel very positive about the opportunities that we have in front of us, but we need to make sure that we use it for good. We need to make sure that we use it in the right directions, and we need to make sure that we put in standards. Going back to the ITU and seeing the value in this, that some of the things which are really holding this back are the standards that we hit today and the difficulty in putting all of this data together in a format that everybody can understand and work with. So I think it is very much a bright future looking at this, but we need to very much use this and make sure, as I said right at the beginning today, that this isn't the end of a couple of years of a project, but this is the beginning of a much bigger picture. So I look at this very optimistically, and I hope we can take things forward. And with that, I think I'll thank again my panelists and say let's take a coffee break. So a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you very much. Okay, so we go to a quick break now. Thank you.
And welcome to our fourth and final session in our workshop. This session is devoted to the business models for green growth. We will have 2 keynotes and 3 speakers. Our format will have some questions and answers after each keynote, and then we'll save questions for the 3 speakers at the end. Our plan is to complete this panel in 1 hour and 15 minutes. So I'm going to allocate something like 15 minutes to each keynote and 12 minutes for each speaker. If I had any chocolate, I do have some. I can give a reward for finishing early. So first I'd like to introduce Adar Svensson, Research Director of Sintef Digital Norway.
Thank you very much, Greg. Hello, I'm Adar Svensson, Research Director for Sintef. I used to head a range of startup scale-ups. I've been working in Sintef and heading a department there that is called Sustainable Communication Technology. So this is pretty much in bullseye when what we are doing in that research and development area. What I'm going to talk about today is a practical approach to governmental governance. Environmental governance includes policy, rules, and norms that govern human behavior, and it's also addressed who make decisions, how decisions are made and carried out, and the scientific information needed for decision making, and how the public and major stakeholders can participate in that decision making. I guess it's pretty much what we saw in the last presentations. So what I'm talking about is an EU project called RESIST. It's a EU project under the EU mission Adoption to Climate Change, which address the need to adopt the societies to the climate change. It's not about fighting climate change as such. So the climate change, it's already here. Climate change is happening now. The consequences are enormous. It's probably going to be worse. And we are all affected, more or less. So this is the driver, my personal driver. This is my youngest boy. I'm a father of 4. This is a picture from some years ago of my youngest one that is in front of a kai that his grandfather built. It's now completely gone. So my personal inspiration is to make my sons and their sons and daughters again able to live in a more resilient society, having good lives. So let's look at how RESIST could contribute to that. The Facts for RESIST is, as I said, a part of EU mission Adoption to Climate Change. The project as such has a total budget of 26.5 million euros. It had 56 partners from EU, Norway, and Ukraine. Plan to start just during the new year, and the duration is 5 years. So it's a large project, and I'm happy to say that Augment City will play a big part in this, and will build a lot of the functionality around the digital twin from Augment City. Sintef, together with Innova from Portugal and ESF from France, as well as Erin from Belgium, will head the project. So there's no EU project without a rather complex figure to try to explain everything that is going on. You don't have to try to see everything here. I'll try to go through it very, very quickly. But anyway, RESIST will strengthen the resilience, accelerate the transformation, and increase adaptive capacity of 12 climate vulnerable regions in Europe. And this will be done through developing 4 regions as front runners, and then through physical and mutual learning activities and innovative immersive digital twins, try to transfer the knowledge from these sort of forerunners to 8 regions that will be sort of following up. Because the ultimate goal here is actually to make an environment where regions could learn from each other, and we could spread it out in the whole of Europe, and find out how we could build more resilient societies all over the place. So, example, 2 of this region, Southwest Finland. You see that the regulatory measurements here is requirements for building and green spaces, etc. They want to be able, through the work of, amongst other, digital twin, to have the businesses, the public, the education system, and agree on a new requirements for building and greener spaces. Because this is pretty much what it is. You have to take everyone on board because you have to change the way we act, which is really the hard stuff here. In Central Denmark, one of the other regions, the government mechanism is to learning, adaptivity, and barriers. And it's the same thing. You need to get the people on board, and you need to use these activities in order to get a broad foundation for doing things differently. So, when we have done this learning, adaptivity, and we have new requirements, what will be the sort of ultimate goal after 5 years? Well, the KPIs are pretty ambitious. I redlighted 3 of them here. It's 12 plus 10 million citizens that will be affected of this, 22 million citizens in Europe. And we have said that we're going to implement 100 new innovative solutions that we will showcase through the digital twins and make sure that we have the companies, we have the people, we have the societies, we have the government on board, so we are able to implement this during these 5 years. We'll build a digital twin covering 3% of EU territory by novel digital twin. And this is only the starting point, because the end goal is actually to expand this to the rest of Europe. So it's pretty ambitious. The way we do it, and this is just to show, you see that we are spread across the whole of Europe. Something we call the large-scale demonstrators, or LSDs. We probably have to change that. But this is what I said, is we try to have these large-scale demonstrators being the front runner, and we will have 3 levels of collaboration. It's internally, in the different forerunners, and there we are emphasizing something we call the quintuple helix, which is another sort of EU. I'm not sure how well defined this is outside this wording, but it's the fact that we try to have the universities, the companies, the people, the environment, and consider all of this when we are doing changes. So we need to have all of these in the different frontrunners, and within the target groups that we are addressing in the different, the 4 different frontrunners. And then vertical, we need the regions to work together, and then horizontally, we need the different frontrunners also to work together. The way we do this, I think we are. Yeah. Okay. The way we do this is that we are building frameworks for how to work together. We are building technical frameworks, for example, the digital twin. We are facilitating the sharing of knowledge, and we are really emphasizing the sort of the speed of having implemented this 100 very concrete examples. And it's 2 sort of very groundbreaking or very important building blocks here. It's a graphical digital twin from Augment City, and we will in Sintef help Augment City or work together with Augment City to develop that further. And it's a gender ethics and ethics framework in EU that what we see is that women and gender diverse and trans people are more likely to be affected by climate change caused hazards than men, particularly in rural and vulnerable areas where they may have less access to resources and assistance, and are less likely to actively participate in the policy planning and recovery efforts. And that's a key point. We need to be able to share the view of the future, and that leads to a collaborative environment, both inside the different regions and across the regions. We need to build trust in the picture of the future, and that gives willingness to take short-term cost for long-term gain, which will be the really hard stuff. We need to do things differently, and in the short run, it will cost. And then trust in decision across the quintuple helix, as I talked about, will enable strong forces for improvement, because you get change both in the education system, in the public sector, in the companies, and with each individual person. However, just a short one in the end. There was talk about this twin sort of effects of ICT. That's actually an old paradox, a Jevons paradox. It's pretty much that if you use a lot of resource and the price goes down and effectiveness go up, there's no sure thing what the net result be. And we need to take that into account. A lot of people have talked about the ICT, the negative result of ICT. And of course, in this project as well, being so large, having this ambition of scale up in Europe, we really need to take that into account and need to be cautious so we don't sort of spend or do more damage than we do good. So I have three main challenges. How would several digital twins work together effectively? Again, it's not realistic that one sort of, I know someone in the room maybe think that one actor will take it all, but it's not going to happen that way. But I think we really need to have an effective way that digital twin could work together. What does it take to build really trust in digital twin? We had a discussion here in the panel before we started. The real trust, the sort of I call it the sort of the last mile. In logistics, we call it about the last mile of delivery. This is the last mile of decision. This is where you have all the information presented. And then there's a question: do you take the same decision that you would have done without that information, or do you do something that is different? Something is not following your gut feeling. Something is not following your old way of doing things. I think that's really important. And in the end, how do we ensure that we have a net positive result of the usage of digital twin when we compare it to energy usage and the resources used? Thanks.
Thank you. Chocolate for you for early. Thanks. Any questions for today? Let me know if you have one. I have one. So maybe a little detailed, but it seems like the digital twin, when applied to a region, is a pretty challenging activity. And so you have to make decisions about how granular and detailed the model is versus how you abstract it, especially for visualization, to give kind of comprehensive results. So I'm kind of curious how you plan to work through that trade-off.
Yeah, I think this early days, or more specific, we haven't even started yet, but there has been some discussions, and of course in these different regions we use the digital twin in different ways, as I tried to show that the different regions has different problems, and we need to highlight different effects and different climate change actions. But the basic idea is to have this incorporated in in a way that this could be learned across these different regions, which will be a big challenge. And therefore my challenge, how could digital twin work together in a good way? Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
To follow up on that question?
Yeah,
thank you. To follow up on that question, it's something we've seen a lot with the work with digital twins. And the basic answer we've seen is it's about a top-down approach. It's about putting in the top-level data, the very granular data and not very detailed data at the beginning, and understanding where you can start to see there's going to be issues, and then you can go into higher level of detail. So rather than trying to get everything in very high-level detail, that's never going to happen, or it's going to be very, very difficult. So you get everything in a very low level of detail, and that starts to allow you to focus on where the elephants in the room are. Where are the areas where you should focus and you can put in your energy? It won't always be the perfect solution, but it does allow you to focus in on where you need better quality data. And today, it is a frustrating truth that we see lots and lots of data is gathered in areas which may not be so valuable. And it's about finding where you do want to focus and focus early. And I think it's one of the real advantages in using tools like this.
Thank you.
Well, okay, that's very good. Thank you very much. I think we will go out to our next keynote, which is Gunnar Crawford, VP Digital Services, Innovation Strategy Partnerships, Desert Control, Norway.
Beards and glasses.
Ja.
Sorry.
Du måste nu det.
Yeah. Let's try this way.
I know.
Great. Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for having me. Like I was introduced, I'm Gunnar Crawford, VP Digital Services of an ag tech company called Desert Control. My first first hearing about ITU, that was many years ago. I used to work in the telecom industry. And after that, I worked with smart cities for 5 years. And then I ended up working with the soil. So I've had quite a journey, and I'll start up high level, I'll dive into the ground, and then I'll come back to technology at the end. And I might not get any chocolate. Okay, let's start very high. We have some ambitions. We have a very nice vision. We want to make Earth green again. And we've had it longer than Trump, I must say. And one of the things we want to do to actually prove that we're doing this is that we want to cultivate and green 100 million hectares of degraded land and desert by 2030. And that's almost like tomorrow. 2030 is not far away. At the same time, we want to contribute to sustainable social impact and immense water savings. And when I say immense, I'll show you what we mean and what we're actually doing. And of course, maybe even more on the Holy Grail side, we want to make sure that we get increased carbon capture and carbon sequestration. And then the reason why I started why myself started in the company, we are establishing our first project in Sub-Sahara, the Sahel region, within 2025, which is really something I want to contribute to and work on the Great Green Wall across Africa. Okay, so there's nothing to say on the ambition level. But what are we doing? We call ourselves a climate smart agricultural technology company, ag tech company as many call it. Our main focus is to combat desertification, to strengthen food security, to reduce water scarcity, and then to work with our solution, which we call liquid natural clay, and it is a liquid clay, to use it on agriculture, to use it on trees and forests, and to use it to green landscapes. So why do we do this? Well, I think most of the people in the room knows this and online. The population growth drives increased demand for food and water. And definitely the food production uses most of the water today. More than 70% of all fresh water is used in agriculture, which doesn't leave a lot for the rest. So this is one of the reasons why we're doing this. There are actually many reasons. At the same time, we have the desertification. So the deserts are growing. And when you hear the word desert, you think about typically Africa. But it can be so many other places. We have 74% of territory at risk of desertification in Spain. This is closer to home, right? We have the US, which I'll talk more about later. We have Cyprus, we have Italy, and of course we have Africa, and we have the Middle East. Our company is at the moment working out of the Emirates, and we are working in California. So two very different areas, both at risk of desertification. So the need for our LNC, as we call it, the liquid natural clay, has never been higher. So what do we actually do? I love this infographics because it makes it so simple. We have our unique formulation process, our IP. This is where part of the magic are. This is the ingredients that goes into the mixture. We mix on site with mobile process factories, like containers with a built-in factory. And we mix a mixture of a specific dry clay together with the local water to be fitted to the specific crops and the soil that are on site, which means in this mixture, there are clay scientists, there are soil scientists. There is no easy fix to know what's in the soil or what's in the ground. We target highly sandy soils. This is where we can do the most effect. And our aim is to turn the sandy soils into more sort of normal soil, darker soil, a soil that can be a bit more lumpy. And with that comes oxygen and life, right? So we do the mixture. We have the ingredients. We do the mixture, and the mixture itself, the way we're mixing it, is also part of the IP for the company, the secret sauce, which is done within this container. But then we're back out from the container, and then we use existing irrigation systems, or hoses, or tractors with tanks to put the solution onto the ground, which means it really needs to be liquid, or else it would never work. And this is clay. You can very much clog stuff if you don't have this in a liquid state. So it's that liquid. We could use existing irrigation systems. When it enters into the ground, it percolates down to a level which has been sort of predefined by the scientists. So it depends on the roots of the crops. It goes down to that certain level, that many centimeters down into the ground, and it stays there as a sponge, more or less, which means that when water is coming down, when you are watering your crops, the water stays available. But that also means that you can use less water because the water stays there. When you use less water, you can use less fertilizer. Less nutrients are running or washing through. When you use less fertilizer and you use less water, you can use less energy for production. Because today, less than 15% of the irrigation water is retained in the topsoil, so it's not available, really. Everything just flushes through. So over every liter, 8.5 deciliter runs through in the sandy soils. We make sure that more is kept available for the plants. I'm not going to dive into detail on how it actually works, and I'm no scientist on this, but it's about making water and nutrients more available, longer available, so longer in time, but it also makes it available more sort of on a wider scale. So we get what we call the plot wedding width increases, which also makes it possible to grow even more. So where does the technology come into play? We call ourselves, or we say that we have a non-intrusive nature-based solution. And that's correct. We do liquid on top of existing soil, right? You don't have to plow or turn the soil around. But to make sure that you don't continue to water the same amount that you did before, we are using technology. We're using sensors, soil moisture sensors, just one of them, one of the types of data we're using to monitor and to give advice. Because we saw very early on that the irrigation might be done by subcontractors, and they have their contract, so they irrigate as much as it was written in the contract many years ago. So we need to be able to control this. Well, this helps us give proven measurable benefits. We see increase in crop yields because they get the right amount of water at the right time. We have extreme good results when it comes to water savings. And this spreadsheet I show you here, it could very well include fertilizer savings, could include energy savings on the production side, but just on the water side, this proves our life existence, I would say. So you could have up to 60% water savings on what you're doing. But there's many other benefits. And maybe coming back to the Holy Grail, number 5 on this slide, it's about restoring biodiversity in the ground. When we apply the LNC, the soil structure changes, and then you get these lumps, you get the possibility to bring life back, and we see that the life starts growing. And within 7 hours, we change the properties of the soil, which means that you can apply this, and the effect is 4 to 5 years. Then you could reapply the LNC, but hopefully you brought enough life back into the ground so it's actually living. Okay, is it too good to be true? You don't have to believe me, right? And we see that our customers don't, so all of them demand their pilots and their tests, and we say, fine, we've been testing for 12 years, we've been testing for 14 years, now we stop testing, so you can pay us for a small-scale implementation. That's fine, and we'll do it for you, but you have to pay. We're done with the free tests. Now it's more about learning about the new crops, learning about the new soily sands, learning about getting all these data points. Until now, we've been measuring our results to actually prove ourselves. Now we're turning the measured results, the soil insights, into a soil health platform, into a soil health ecosystem. And this is where I come in to play. This is my field of expertise. So we are using even more and more digital technologies. We are using more and more types of sensors. We want to lead with data like every other startup out there. And I must say, we're a startup, but we're on the stock exchange, and we're 56 people working there now, but still startup. But we need to make sense of the data. And this is where we need also help, and we need partners, and we need to build the partnership, the ecosystem. Because we want to go from all this raw data to insights and knowledge. And I know it's hard to read here, but we have all these data points. It could be the microbiometers, it could be the soil sensors, it could be the water quality, many types of data. And we are trying to see how they all fit together. How can we understand their dependencies? And how can we make our mixture, our LNC, in such a manner that it fits most, or it's tailor-made to a specific mixture? And then we need to document it, support our R&D, and then we want to provide decision support for the farmers, for the landscapers. And this is what we're doing now. We're moving from sort of internal R&D, proving ourselves, to providing direct advice and value to the end customers. So what you're seeing here is something that's not being launched until Friday, but it's actually our soil health dashboard for end customers. So moving from internally to external, with our data, and then trying to make sense of it. So it's like having your digital agronomist in your pocket, right? And this will follow our main core product wherever we go. So for us, data is many things. I'm not going to dive into detail for that, but one is quite relevant here is the presentation layer. How can we make sense of this? And then the digital twins come back into play. So I just wanted to bring in this to end off with the digital twin, simulating impact. So I got some screen grabs from Joel's presentation down in COP27 when he showcased how our LNC can be used in a new area of land, maybe a deserted land, how this can fit together with other sort of fit together in an ecosystem with other technologies like solar fields here, and then give a whole system approach. Because what we see now with our partners is that we very well can go together with solar panels, solar farms, and then we can do offsetting. So they take their land here and make solar farms, and they build up degraded land here using our LNC, and then we can fit it all together, and we can do both at once. So we are doing this now. So without sharing any secrets, because this has been published, we are moving into Europe in 2023. And with that, I would say thank you for your attention.
Do you have any questions for Gunnar? Thank you for that fascinating. Oh, you had one. Good.
No, very interesting.
Oh, Paolo, go ahead.
Take this off.
One question. I'm making publicity. Okay, we have in Natural our focus group dealing with artificial intelligence and agriculture. We are collecting use cases on this. I think that this could be a very nice topic for us, a nice use case for us on this work on agriculture. I think maybe I will connect you later and to have, because it's very interesting, this idea on a different type of agriculture. Because I come from the land, not from the city, so I'm very, very near to these topics. And it's very interesting on this.
Yeah, we would love to talk more about this and to sort of find the peers, people we can discuss this with, right?
I had a question about weather, and so, to the extent that you've modeled or figured out how the liquid natural clay, how robust it is to different weather characteristics, and maybe, of course, I know that once you've de-deserted, I forgot what the word was, but, that's going to have an impact on the weather as well, right? So.
Yeah, so there's several sides to that question, I guess. One is that we need to understand the combination of sort of the man-made irrigation together with weather. So we need prediction models so we don't water too much. That's sort of part of this. But also when we add the clay, the liquid clay, we change the ground and the grounds for sort of the temperature, so that we can lower the temperature and we can reduce evaporation. So all of these things are connected, but we need some really good data models and some algorithms to be able to predict this. And at the moment, we don't have those resources in-house, so we are talking to various research communities to see how we can do this. And of course, obviously looking at EU projects within the EU soil deal for Europe and those kind of things.
Excellent. Any questions? Any other questions from here? Yes.
Is there any particular areas, is there any kind of quality you're looking at? Does data help you to find the sort of the best locations for doing this?
Well, that's actually a very good question, because we think we know of the good areas, but what we would really like to dive into is the use of satellite data. But that's more like qualifying which parts of the world we will go into, because of course it's resource intensive for us to produce. So, and we will need R&D to such an extent that our product will probably change a lot the next 2-3 years. We can probably not be on site in we will have to have a solution for partnerships, etc. But we will need that kind of forecasting, prediction on where to go, which could be done, could be modeled, and it could be using, for instance, satellite data.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Very fascinating, fascinating presentation. So we're going to our next speaker, which is Annick, Vice Rector, NTNU Norway.
Thank you.
Go.
Thank you so much. Now? Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm Annick Magaran-Fet, and I'm talking about sustainable business models. It's not so much about these interesting things you have presented from real life. At the right side, you see this book, Business Transition, A Path to Sustainability. And this is a book I have been editing, and it will be published now, just after New Year, hopefully. So I will show a few examples from this, but when we talk about all these new things about new business models, etc., it's nothing new. This has been going on for the last 50, 60, 70 years almost, where we have seen a change from dilution strategy, filtration strategy, recycling, preventive actions with all the new standards and that we came in the 90s, for example, and now we continue with this holistic perspective, the green shift and the SDGs. And we see that the trend is changing from typical site focus to the life cycle of products. And what I will do is to present some of the methodologies we are using to collect data, because we always talk about data, but how can we collect this data in a standardized way, for example. So this is just an example anchored in the SDGs. We have the need for clean energy, and we know that when we produce in Norway, it's a lower carbon footprint than if we produce in countries with other type of energy supply, for example. So this is how we can also use the SDG number 12, which is about responsible production and consumption, and how can we calculate this all along the value chain or systems of the products. So in this book, I present this model. We call it the CAPSA model. It's about capacity building in sustainability and environmental management. And my background, I'm a physicist, but I have done my PhD in looking into life cycle assessment of ships and shipbuilding. And it was 25 years ago, and then it was not many people that talked about doing an LCA, for example, for a ship. So, and I have been working with a lot of projects together with industries, and this is just a way of making these tools more, make them more systematic, present them in a more systematic way. And we start with, I have split it up into 4 levels. The first level is on the site level. For example, it could be a production site, it could be even a process, where we look into the use of energy, material flows, and emissions and outputs and waste, etc. So this is typical for the level 1. And there we have the methodologies, input, output, or cleaner production methodologies, for example. On level 2, we extend the system and look into the value chain of the product, where we also have the material extraction, the pre-production, transportation, use of a product, and then the end-of-life treatment and recycling. So here we have the methodologies on life cycle assessment, supply chain management, cleaner carbon footprint of products, which Børge talked about, and the EPDs and the different ways of calculating water footprint of products. That is also an important thing regarding the connected to the last presentation. And we also have the carbon footprint of products, and we have design, how to use this into the design of new products and new processes. On level 3, we have lifted it up to the strategic level in the company, where we looked into the environmental management systems, environmental performance evaluation, use of KPIs for reporting, global reporting initiative, could be life cycle management, also corporate social responsibility, and how to take this into the business model in a company, what we call a sustainable business model, or a business model for sustainability. And on the highest level, level 4, it's about the larger system. For example, it could be a city, it could be a region, it could be a large company, for example, with different activities or production sites in different countries. So this is what this book is about, how to use these different methodologies and also integrate it into more strategic thinking. So we will know today it's a lot of discussion about the circular economy and how this can drive the green shift. And we need to know how to do new innovations, for example, and how to design the infrastructure with less impact on the environment. So then we use LCA, and this is one example of how it can be used in the construction sector, for example. So we have tried to make this more accessible for companies, small companies, and we have established this business hub for sustainability, which is an open web page where you can go in and read about the different methodologies that we have presented. You can read about the different strategic levels and about reporting. And we also have some examples on how companies have used this and also how it should be communicated. And this is just an example of different business models for circularity. And we see, for example, we can do analysis on the supply chain. We can look into the sharing platforms. We can use product as a service, look at the product as a service. For example, what is a chair? We know that the chair is a product, but it's also a seating solution. So it's a service for us. It's the same with the vehicle. It's a service to bring us from one place to another place. So it's about selling the performance instead of goods. So there are different things we just highlight in these different business models. So for example, if we go from level 2, where we have looked into the product, and up to level 3, we know that there are several guidelines available, and these are just a few examples. We have the SDG compass and the guideline on how to implement the SDGs in a stepwise model. And we have also integrated the SDGs into this model. Very often you see this model on the left side. This is the Rockström model from the Rockström Center in Resilience Center in Stockholm. And they have, as you see, it's the environmental level on the bottom here with the 4 SDGs. And then in the middle is the society, and on the top is the economy, the 3 pillars of sustainability. If we use the same SDGs and say, how can they be used to come up with data connected to the different levels? For example, if we want to see, find information about the impact on the environmental parts of the water, it's about the forestry, it's about clean water, and it's also about the climate or greenhouse gas emissions, then we can use these methodologies on level 1. If we want to go to SDG number 12, for example, sustainable production and consumption, we can use the tools or the methodologies that are presented for this level. If we want to implement it into the business strategy, we see we have SDG number 8, 9, and 10, and we use some of these strategic models for integration of sustainability awareness in the business model. So this is a way of making the use of the tools and the connection to the SDGs more stepwise. For small companies, when they start to work with this, they say it's too complicated to start with all the SDGs, and we pick only a few, and then we say it's difficult to put this together and also connect it with the data that is needed to measure the progress. So this is in this CAPSA model. We also have a connection or made a model for the society. For example, there are some guidelines on how to implement circular economy principles on the city level. And these are some examples here taken from one source here on metabolic with Eva Gladek. And these are some recommendation of what to focus on. For example, if you want to implement a sustainable circular economy strategy on the city level. So there are also some guidelines on how to implement policy for circular economy transitions. And this is also taken from Ellen MacArthur guideline, where we go into the roadmaps and strategies. And there are some recommendations there on convening and partnering, awareness raising, capacity building. And this book should contribute to capacity building and how to understand what kind of tools and mechanism you can use to collect these data. So it's just examples on what kind of themes that should be addressed. For example, it's the vision, it's the engagement, urban management, economic incentives, and of course, regulations. So we also know this report here about the collection methodology for key performance indicators for smart, sustainable cities. And now we have also developed this standard that will be presented tomorrow. It's still in the draft version here, but this is about how to collect these data and use key performance indicators and use it in reporting and in communication. So this was my contribution. We could have gone into this link here. It's Business Hub for Sustainability. And here you can find there are 3 pillars. There is one on the different, the toolbox, and there is one on I don't remember exactly, no. There is one on the communication and one more on the strategic recommendations, I think it was. So this, you can go into it and look by yourself and see how you can use this. And also, there are some examples presented here. So, thank you.
Thank you, Annick. Any questions for Annick? For me, I had just one, and I think you covered it, but as the chart kind of shows this sort of ability to both be sort of sequential and parallel and somewhat discretionary in terms of what you wanted to do. And so it's kind of, which aspects of the model make sense, and data, you have this sort of flexible approach. And I was curious if there was some guidance that sort of said, what you might have some value associated with trying to parallelize or think about parallelizing as some of those activities, or if that was sort of mostly you wanted to be stepwise and sequential.
Now in practice, they will be used quite often. You could start, for example, on level 3, looking into what is the strategy for this company. Where do you want to go in and do some improvements, for example? Is it for your processes? Is it for the raw material you're using? Is it more guidance for the society, how to use these products? And do you need to go back and see which one of your suppliers are giving most contribution to the environmental impacts, for example? Yeah. And then you can go back and forth. In
similar to the granular question you had, top down, high level thing, see what you're going, and then get into more detail as you need.
Yes. Yeah. So, and I use this very often. I have courses, and then students are using this and applying it in their own company and see how they can use it to go back and forth and build up a plan for their own improvements.
Thank you. Question?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Great presentation, first of all. Just a question regarding roles.
because that I think is often what we find barriers to really work on the different roles that you are into, for example, in city planning, or do this kind of system also give some guidance towards the roles?
You mean the roles of the user?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now the rules, the best methodology to be used by the production manager, for example, will be on the lower level, and then they will also bring information up to the strategic level, where other people are working with the reporting systems, for example, or communication systems. So it has to be also integrated in the management system in the company. And this is also recommended in this book, how to build the organizational structure to make it more feasible.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to move on to our next speaker, Malcolm Mason, Professional Services Consultant for Sure Business, addressing environmental challenges created by the use of the latest AI models.
Oh, I got the text.
The ears. Something's wrong on those. That's it.
That'll do. How do I use this? Hi, I've already been introduced anyway. My name is Malcolm Mason. I'm professional service consultant, as mentioned, for cloud and data, but I also provide education as well around the latest deep learning models, and generally in terms of AI as well and how it can be used. So addressing the environmental challenges created by the latest AI models. So firstly, where's machine learning used? Well, you probably used it on your way to work. You probably used it on the way here. It's absolutely everywhere. I'm not going to cover the examples up here. Moving on though, the artificial intelligence timeline. There are a number of different illustrations on this, but I generally look at it as it's mainstream. It's been around since the 1950s. 1980s, we're all using it, so without even realizing in PCs. If you think about what you were doing when you had your antivirus checker from 80s onwards, well, that was actually a linear model. Now, going into 2010 onwards, we have these non-linear models. So this is where we're able to do some very clever things with data that we previously weren't able to do, which just made all data accessible to be able to train on. But also going from 2010 onwards as well, what the big change was that's where businesses actually sat up and realized we need to do something here. And this is an area where I'm going to basically focus on. Technology-wise, why now? Well, we seem to have a lot of data. In fact, I don't even think how much data we've generated just by being here. Computing side, GPUs are doubling every year. You'll say, well, no, they're not. It's every 2 years. Well, I'd basically go against that because most of what we're doing now is using CPUs, not GPUs. And also for connected devices. So the stat in 2020 was for about 9.1 billion. That's more than what we've got people on the planet. However, if you consider where you've got the IoT devices which aren't connected to the internet but also connected to something else which has got an IP address, then probably double it. So getting into it, what's driving this evolution now? So the first thing is, well, businesses don't have a choice if they want to compete and grow. It's basically they have to stand up and move forward. The area where I work in financial services, that's where I focus on the financial services side, and also where I look at what happens on the retail side. Then they're either using AI or they're adopting, because they know that if they don't, then they've got a problem on their hands from their competition. However, you've got the multinational companies such as Google and Facebook have made it easy for people because of open source, all the deep learning frameworks, which means that you no longer need a PhD to be able to drive models forward. As soon as anything's produced, then it's basically out in publication. We've got data for just about everything. We've now got the capability to where anybody can build and train models from anything from a home laptop to the hyperscale cloud providers. And there are education mechanisms out there for absolutely everybody in any way going. And most of it is free. That's going on to the left-hand side of this chart, but let's look at the real reason. And that is from back in the 1980s where we had statistical models. I'm really struggling with this headset, by the way. Where we had statistical models, they flatlined regardless of the amount of data we had. Now, what we've got is more data than the higher performance we're going to have on deeper models. So we're able to do some incredible things with data now, and basically anything which is digitized is on the table. Numeric, text, images, video, any kind of data you can imagine. So let's get to the point on this. So why are the latest strategies so inefficient? I've already mentioned that a lot of businesses are focusing on data models. And this is something where you'll see the chart on the left where somebody has an idea, they have lots of data, that data preparation box should be far bigger because it's probably the most arduous task here. When we're going into deep learning, you've got to train and fine-tune models. It's not like a statistical model which just works as you had previously. For example, doing the linear models when you're doing antivirus and so on and so forth. And you integrate this into the business. So this experimentation is one of the challenges. The next challenge is the amount of data that we're using, and also the computing power that we have is now huge, and it's growing all the time because we are right at the beginning of this. We're not advanced in this area yet. The computing power is still only catching up. More accuracy means bigger models. And also, we've got this issue where about 60 to 80% of AI strategies within businesses fail because of various reasons. Something to take into account on this slide is that you don't just implement a model. Everything you do with your data, it's tailored to your business. It's not off the shelf. Let's look at the impact of this. So models at the moment are growing, they're doubling every 3 to 4 months. If you look at technology, it's moving forward, but the models are growing exponentially faster. If you look at how long it took to train GPT-3, for example, that's 5 family car lifetimes. And bearing in mind GPT-3 was back in 2020, GPT-4 is just about to be released. I've got no idea what size that's going to be. And doing some other maths on this, if you looked at if 0.1% of all businesses trained a model the size of BERT, which is back in 2019, everybody's moved forward from BERT, by the way. We're always in state-of-the-art transformers and encoder-decoder models. If you were to look at the doubling a model every size, then in 5 years' time, we generate more CO2 within our data centers in 5 years than what we're generating as an entire planet, irrespective of what we do right now. Unfortunately, that is the model we have with deep learning. So how can the impact be offset? Well, it's already been mentioned earlier on with smart cities. It still fascinates me now to where you can create a digital twin and you can quite literally pick up a hospital, pick up a set of traffic lights, move things around, and all of a sudden see the impact of everything around you from an environmental perspective, and also how people are going around their daily lives. That is just, it's impressive. Financial services, look at natural language processing, where you consider the amount of contractual data involved, being able to move from what used to take people weeks to be able to do things in a matter of seconds now, using the latest natural language processing models. Look at IoT in healthcare and the sensor data, how fast and accurate you can deliver solutions to the vulnerable, and also from automating SaaS and process automation within healthcare as well. And from a technology side, we can actually turn data models on themselves to ensure that we are being extremely efficient in terms of how we are using that technology. I've just listed 4 there, but in reality now, any area where any human uses technology and uses any data in business, irrespective of what vertical they're in, they can enhance their business using AI right now. But I didn't mention deep learning. So this is not off the shelf. It never is off the shelf when you're training these models and fine-tuning them. So there are efficiencies that can be created when we're using these models. The first thing is start with clear goals and bring the entire business in. Don't do things in isolation, because otherwise all that happens is you get scope creep and it will fail. The next thing I mentioned about these massive models where we're going out to, you know, billions of parameters now. I mean, some of the small models I've trained have got half a billion parameters in themselves. With that, a lot of the time the hyperscalers have already created these things, so why not reuse them and fine-tune them for our own uses? The next one is measure and track everything, because if you don't, and you're not tracking everything in sight, then the chances are you're not going to get there. And the last thing is not reinventing the wheel. If you consider that where you've got over 5 million users on Kaggle now, that's an area where all the data scientists sort of throw their models up and also communicate, etc. You've got so many smart brains there doing incredible things which are really going to meet your requirements, which just means that you've got to take them for your business and fine-tune. And it's far better to do that than go from scratch and try and build something yourself. So to summarize anyway, AI is now mainstream, and it's not just mainstream, it's a necessity to enable business to compete. Not having these strategies now for a lot of verticals is the same as not adopting a PC in the 80s. Well, the thing is, so more data, more compute, more IoT devices demands more compute power and larger models to drive performance. And these models will keep on doubling in size every 3. We're going to continue because we are very, very early in the journey. And I would say that businesses should be encouraged to consider the overall carbon footprint. That's both pre and post, to ensure that they know what the carbon footprint is before they deploy solutions, and also the impact of what happens after they've deployed those solutions. Because when we do that, we have got the capability to reduce the carbon emissions for our planet. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Malcolm. Any questions? I was curious if you had any perspective on the environmental cost of training complicated, very high number of parameter models versus the inference costs, and any perspective on that?
Inference is noise. It's built into mobile phones. It's built into practically everything. Whereas to train models where you've got the overhead, it's just absolutely huge. Inferencing, then as long as you've got the memory in a device, then you're pretty much fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also, chocolate for you. Just in time. 14 seconds left. We have our last presentation, I think, is remote. Bjorn Andreas Wenzel, business architect from Cisco. Is he ready to go?
Yes, I am, Greg. Hi.
All right, excellent. Take it away.
Thank you. And thank you very much for introducing me, Greg. So it's been inspiring to listen to the earlier presentations and discussions so far during this workshop. For those that don't know me, I've been working with telecommunication infrastructure since the late 90s. Since then, the internet has gone from being something only certain groups cared about into something that the modern society is now fully dependent upon. During this period, I've been involved in discussions with actors across many different sectors. Since the value of the internet is a result of what it's used for, these conversations have given me a pretty wide perspective on the different infrastructures that surround us and how they are used. The last few years, I've been more focused on how business and society can leverage technology in a certain wide context to develop in a most sustainable manner. And I'm thinking them both economically, environmentally, socially, and governance-wise. So I would like to share some specific perspectives on matters I believe would be relevant to the discussions we're having in this workshop. First, it's good to see that in general, sustainability-related metrics like carbon emission, energy usage, climate footprint are now actually being included in a growing number of business cases and tenders for technology investments. In parallel, I would claim that far too many digitization and digitalization initiatives and projects is driven in too much of a siloed approach. And too many industries are still defining their own separate industry best practices. Many startups and established companies, including ourselves, are trying to develop and offer value based upon data and AI, but all actually often also they're a bit too much by ourselves or themselves. Meanwhile, we see many key potential sustainability effect lies in other societal sectors than where the decision is made, causing quite a challenge. Since practices and thinking around use of data and AI also remains in silos, most of this potential is never truly unlocked. I hope you all agree in this workshop that in order to reach the climate targets, there is a need to ensure the highest degree of resource and energy efficiency, or as you will hear me now argue, resource and energy utilization, and not just efficiency. So we should challenge ourselves on whether energy efficiency is the right metric. If you have something just sitting there consuming energy but not used, it doesn't matter if it makes its energy usage more efficient, right? So prior to the pandemic, Norway established a goal to reduce energy consumptions in buildings by around 10% in order to free up grid distribution capacity needed to electrify transportation. Past years, many incentives have been established here in Norway in order to stimulate adoption of energy efficiency solutions. Meanwhile, we don't properly measure the actual use of buildings. So an empty building could be seen as the most energy efficient. And let's not forget the amount of material resources and total carbon emissions buildings represent of its full life cycle. In the example of the investments recently are about to be done driving these more energy efficient buildings, we are not getting then the maximum overall effects, potential effects with regard to the full set of UN SDGs. The sustainability impact of upgrades and modernization of buildings could therefore be much higher if we were able to connect relevant data from different parts of society, not just for buildings, but for many other infrastructure and technology investments happening or about to happen. I think earlier speakers have already shared some quite interesting example on this. I would argue that the current peak demand on transportation, as well as buildings and electricity, is a result of our well-established societal behaviors. It's our common behavior patterns that results in rush traffic, no seats on the buses, choke points in our electrical grid. We have all the same business hours and daily commute patterns. When private and public sector companies are trying to structure now the new way of hybrid way of work, we are not considering how a more system thinking approach may help implement the defined sustainability strategy for transportation by the UN, where they advise on leveraging the principles of avoid, shift, and optimize. So for most companies, it's more than difficult enough to figure out how their own digital transformation. So it is understandable that they can't take responsibility for driving this bigger picture, addressing this bigger picture by themselves. Well, we need to facilitate and organize more collective approaches, which some of the recent speakers also argued for, referring to some of the work that Mr. Svensson shared with us. So let's acknowledge that we have a huge window of opportunity now related to the use of buildings due to the pandemic, causing our behavioral patterns to be in somewhat of an influx. When will we have the next global situation that forces us all to rethink how and from where we work? with the next opportunity to systematically improve the use of buildings and the effects of energy usage and transportation be soon enough, reaching our climate targets. In order to better leverage the opportunities to improve, we have to facilitate more cross-sector data-driven insights. When we now look at how to structure the way we work, let's see how we can avoid travel, shift travel away from peak periods, and better enable alternative, more optimal ways of transport. Instead of a city administration employee commuting every morning at around 7, 8 a.m. to the other end of the city, why not enable that employee to sometime walk or bicycle to a nearby suitable office building? Why not use data and AI to offer them insight into which day that actually should be, instead of trying to predefine it and then again cause that behavioral pattern that gives us these peak demands. The use of AI to drive environment efficiency will only be as good as the type and quality of data available to the AI. So I would argue that raw data from sensors is actually not valuable by default. It's only when it's properly structured, interpreted, and used in a certain function, it becomes valuable. In some of the earlier perspective I shared, using data and the power of AI for cross-sector city planning, as well as giving each citizen the decision support to make the best choices, would convert that raw data into something quite valuable and powerful. So to enable this, we should focus more on getting data on how resources are used and structure it in ways that allows us to map it across each sector's platforms. That way, we can better understand if there are opportunities to optimize through system design and move from guessing to knowing how we can improve utilization and avoid building more excessive or more excess capacity. It is a fact that we are building the size of a New York City every month worldwide these days. And some estimates indicate that we're only using buildings in the range of 10 to 12% of its potential full capacity. That is waste, and we keep building more excessive or more excess capacity. So my input to this workshop and also to the industry community would be that we need to drive standards and, more important, adoption of standards that ensure what is built in terms of data platforms and structures enables that data can be used extensively across sectors. Secondly, that the integrity and quality of data can be trusted, especially when a certain system efficiency becomes dependent on data sources outside of its own control. Thirdly, that the way we operate is aligned to regulatory frameworks. I'm thinking especially now when data privacy has become such a high focus, which is very, very good. We need to make sure how we drive technology adoption is done in a way where we don't run into a situation where the risk of distrust or fear towards use of technology would rise. So such standards would ensure that we prioritize and establish a foundational level of quality and robustness, and not just the focus on time and cost, which often is the case when we are not maybe forced to think more long term. I would say a benefit from this, and especially in the case of buildings, is that the true smart building would maybe be more of the existing ones fully used that exchanges key data with other city infrastructures, and not just those new ones with a new fancy cool mobile app, which we all like to call smart buildings. So taking this approach would help us start measuring and incentivizing resource and energy utilization instead of just energy efficiency. And I'm really hoping that, again, it helps us reach those overall much needed climate targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bjorn. Applause all around here. And a virtual piece of chocolate if you have one. Any questions for Bjorn? I have to completely second with your utilization emphasis. I'm curious if you, and I know that perhaps with Cisco and latency is not the latency is always a goal, but if you have any thoughts about sort of service level agreements and sustainability, doing things like perhaps reducing reliability and to try to improve sustainability, or better perhaps reducing latency, actually increasing latency, doing more batch processing to improve utilization and improve sustainability that way.
I must admit, in some of the work I've done for the past few years, I moved a bit beyond how to, or build the telecoms infrastructures as well as the data centers and where you sort of host the software and the logic. I moved more to seeing, how we can leverage it. And but what I find interesting is that like the telecoms infrastructure gives us a lot of insight into the state and context of what happens around us. So could we actually get insight into how resources in society is used based on metadata or sort of telemetry gain data from these infrastructures? So I'm sort of dodging your question because I haven't worked enough with that specifically, and sharing that other perspective.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, we have one latent question for Malcolm. If we have just a moment of time before the closing remarks, this will only take us 30 minutes. Okay. Question to Malcolm. Do you have any insight on how the carbon emissions of AI training compare to other kinds of computer software? Is it just a GPU issue?
Well, in terms of the GPU issue, GPUs are good, and even better, tensor processing units are even better. So if you're looking at the CPU versus GPU, my experience is that you'll potentially use twice as much compute on the GPU as you would for the CPU, but you'll get somewhere in the region of 10 to 50 times the performance, so the far higher efficiency. Moving on to tensor processing units, when you're doing the quadratics, then you'll get a 10x improvement again for about the same amount of power.
Thank you. I hope that answers the question. And if I don't have any other questions, I think we can move into our closing and conclusion and special entertainment drink options. So thank you. I guess we can.
You just finished it?
Yeah, I don't know what to do. Let's start drinking, I thought.
Okay. Thank you very much. We arrive finally at the end of this long journey, and I don't know why I need to say something, as usual. And okay, I'd like to thank all our speakers, the panelists, the moderator, Joel for the hospitality and all this team that organized very well this day, and all the people on online that follow us and they can make a very, very interesting question for us. Thank you a lot for all of you, and I hope to see in future, maybe another ITU event in any case. Please, Joel.
Thank you very much, Paolo, for all of your work today, and thank you very much to the ITU for putting all of this together. So a big thank you for the ITU. Thank you very much for everybody joined online. I hope you will join us again tomorrow. I'm very sad you can't join us this evening. We're going to take you into the simulators, get people seasick in the ocean, and then take people through the cities. So I'm very sad you can't join us for that or a meal this evening, but we will see you tomorrow morning, hopefully, to join us, where we actually start going into the details of what's being done through these sessions. So thank you very much. I hope everybody has a good afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for now.